Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Hope you've had a good weekend. We are live from Gatwick, MSFS 2024, on the VATSIM network for a flight down to the new MKStudios Porto. Scenery version 2, released just a few days ago. We'll be checking that out for the very first time on the stream. So looking forward to that, time permitting as well. Depends on how fast we make a bit of progress down towards Porto. If we've got enough time, then we will squeeze in Brussels-Charleroi, which has just been released today via Orbex as well by Prop Flight, I think the developer's called there, but no promises. It all depends on time and availability as well. Hope you're all doing well. Welcome MPS. Scott, good afternoon to you. Banja with the Metar there in the live chat. Nice headwind actually there for Gatwick here today. Greetings Zato. David, welcome. Let's go for training. Won't be able to spawn into Gatwick because Sim's not letting him, but going to Bournemouth instead. No worries at all. We shall meet en route. So, what do we got? We are in the Embraer E195 today, and as those of you who watch regularly will know, it's a product that previously I've a couple of years back effectively just slated. It was a pretty bad state of affairs for this aeroplane add-on released by FSS, but this is the experimental branch, and it's actually really quite good. It's changed my opinion of it massively to the point where I can genuinely or wholeheartedly say that it's a good aeroplane add-on that's worthy of your kind of time and exploration as well, which might shock some of you, but they've turned it around with the experimental branch over the last few months. This is the latest update that we are in today of the experimental branch, bringing with it some advanced RNAV capability to the previous version, where it has temperature compensation within the RNAV approach system, and it has automated holds finally enabled on the jet as well. So flight time today about 2 hours today in the cruise. We'll go through the rest of the changelog for the experimental branch. I will pre-note this with the experimental branch is not to be confused with the stable version. So even today on a lot of my tutorial videos for the E-Jets, where we focus on the experimental branch and we speak about it in the video to make it really clear, people are still getting it confused, and they are commenting saying, I've got the stable branch and I don't have this feature, what's going on? It's because you're on the stable version, but they've got information on the FSS documentation pages, their procedures hub, that talk to you about how to get the experimental branch installed via Contrail or Aerosoft, depending on where you've got it. So yeah, definitely worth checking out. If you've not explored this latest version and you fancy it, then I've got a whole load of tutorials ready to go for you, so you could dive straight in and understand the systems of the jet. It is very different to an Airbus or a Boeing. It's a kind of a bit of a blend of both, but if you try and fly it like a Boeing, or you try and fly it like an Airbus, then it will trip you up. If you do want it, the links are in the description down below to take you to the Contrail page, the web store with Contrail, the best way to buy this add-on, and a lot of add-ons to be fair. And a little bit further below the links, there's a 10% off code for any of you that might not have already used that to save yourself a little bit of cash from your Contrail purchases. Let's dive in to the flight deck and have a little look about. So, everything's kind of done pre-flight already now, so we need to get our clearance and a few other things. We'll go from there. Justin, good evening to you. Aiden as well, good to see you. Afternoon, mate. Living the dream, good to see you as well. Good afternoon, Peter. Ian, evening to you. Ashley, good afternoon. Thanks for sorting out the routes, Ashley. Again, appreciate it. So that's all done. There's our routing. Block time 2 hours 5, 76 passengers, 20 minutes to pushback or sort of take off. We'll aim for that. Cruise altitude initially of 35,000. We'll aim for 37. And we've got 6,000 kilos plus 2 kilos or 2 tons of cargo. So what have we got? Fuel 7424. We're going to make sure that all matches up and looks fairly similar to what we're expecting here. 6, 7. Good. And we've run the numbers there in that little configuration with the environment, meaning that when we press it, we go into manifest, we can see all of this data here, which is really useful. I've done 2 sets of takeoff performance calculations, one for flap 1, one for flap 2. We'll go with the flap 2 option today, because that's going to be most efficient. And in fairness, we can probably close up some of those doors, except for doors 1 left. Interesting, the fuel hasn't seemed to go on. So I'm just going to click instant because I've pressed GSX start. There we go, and it's not done anything. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to rerun the data with the new numbers. Yeah, there we go, look at that. So we'll just double check the takeoff performance in a wee second to make sure that it's all good. Really important. Let's get on to delivery, shall we? So we're on the right frequency. And then we'll dive into this and show you some of the cool stuff in here as well. So yeah, I'd say this is, as Techie says there, it's quite close to a version 1.0, I think. And you know, like I said, I've slated this. 1, 2, 1, 9, 5, 5. Bingo. Right. Yeah, I've slated this in the past, but genuinely, I've changed my mind now. I really enjoy it. I think this is a great state, providing, as a precursor again, it's the experimental branch that you have for now. Right. Let's see. Performance.
Got 2 stations, Osprey 33 Sierra ground. Delivery, hello, cleared Porto, double one X-ray, school 5671.
Takeoff.
Roger, cleared to Porto by the number 3 X-ray departure, swapping 56.
Just gonna make sure I've rerun these for safety.
Negative in Nobmo 1 X-ray.
Takeoff data set.
Takeoff
Takeoff 12. Oh god, delivery sounds like a car crash today. People just talking over each other already. Jesus.
India, whiskey, 2.3, Delta Mike.
Somebody chatting absolute nonsense. And they're airborne as well, so God knows what they're doing. Wow. No idea. 45,000, P1 rotate, 133, 35, 43. Let's go, thrust select, what do we got? Takeoff 2. That's a little different, 39, 39, 41. 131, 135.
627 Roger, clean that number 1, break.
Can we change it? Yes. 35, 43.
Cleared to Porto by the number.
Lovely job. And the VFS hasn't reset, so that's a good fix that they put in as well, which is really good. So I'm happy with that, because before, you'll remember the last time in the experimental branch, when you input this data, it reset to 0. It's not done that now, and pitch trim is also working correctly. Look, take pitch trim 0.7 up, and all that sort of stuff. Yo, hello, says only took 3 years. Is the E-Jet good now, or are there a lot of issues? It has taken 3 years, but to be honest, I've been one of the biggest critics of that, and I still don't think this thing should take that long. But it's in a really good state now. Shots. So, push start, we're going to go down left, Lima, right, Papa probably, and then Alpha November or Alpha Sierra for Alpha 1, no doubt, here. For departure expected of the Nobma 1 X-ray, so runway heading to 4,000 feet, and it's lower than usual than what you might otherwise expect, so we're going to set 4,000 as our altitude for the first constraint in the departure, and we want to make sure we've set runway heading to 57 degrees on our little heading bug as well, so I'm just going to do that now. That's below the PFD.
Oscar Mike Kilo X-ray Yankee ready for push standby.
Oscar Mike Kilo X-ray Yankee, you're not squawking. and you're not on stand 5, what's your correct stand number?
Cool. I mean, the main thing is they've got it done now, which is really good. And I've gone from being probably one of its most vocal critics to one of its most enthusiastic content creator, kind of, not fan, but yeah, don't really know how best to describe it.
Very good morning, Osprey 2472 and 563. We're top phone 737. Information Golf on board QNH 1006 requesting high park clearance to Porto today, please.
We'll have a little fiddle around with patterns and holds later, because holds is a function.
Delivery, hello, clear to Porto, number 1 X-ray.
We'll get this ready because we've got our transponder code there that we're going to feed in a moment when we get our clearance. So we've got information Golf, QNH 1006. Gatwick delivery, good afternoon, Osprey 165 and Embraer 1905 with information Golf on stand 565. QNH 1006, request clearance to Porto.
Osprey 165 ground, hello, clear Porto. Delivery, hello, clear to Porto, number 1 X-ray, school 3371.
Mid Porto, number 1 X-ray, squawk 3371, Osprey 165. Did I say ground? Whoops, I meant delivery. 3371. Bink. There we go, that's in the box.
Either 627, hold position, contact ground 121.805.
Have a quick check of my checklists. So GP1's connected, battery 1 and 2 on, nav lights on, lights. Arms, ignitions are automatic 1 and 2. That's all good. Sterile cockpit is off. No smoking signs are on. Seatbelt signs can come on now post refuel. Hydraulic 3 electric pump alpha is off. Fuel pumps automatic.
You was not supposed to move from your current position.
Gatwick is its usual self on VATSIM. People just doing random things. It's been a while since we've flown out of Gatwick, but it's always like probably one of the worst airports to fly out of on VATSIM, with all sorts of nonsense going on. It must be really difficult for the controllers. Generators pushed in and latched. Cockpit cabin cargo heatings all as required. Icing systems all in. They are. Happy days. PAX automatic. Pressurization systems automatic. FMS is set. We've got the November 1 X-ray departure in the box. We can see that there as well, which is really good. We can expand the... let's go to map. We can expand this. Close that. So we can see what we're expecting for our departure. We'll go back to systems though, because we're going to need to make sure we've got those elements ready for our engine starts on the display. Odometer set, transponder set, fueling load reporting complete, departure briefed and checked, takeoff data set, FCP is set, APU start.
Gatwick delivery, good day, Wizard 407, information Golf, we are under bus H320,
on and latched.
requesting clearance to Brussels as fine.
And let's report ready.
With a 407 ground, delivery, hello, report your stand number.
You know it's bad when people are pushing and starting and they're still on the delivery frequency. That says everything you need to know about Gatwick on, on VATSIM. It must be so frustrating for the controllers, I tell you. Look at that! GSX works pretty well with it as well. Tex says, I flew Bry's Ascension Falklands and returned last night. Not a single fault for him with the TriStar.
We are ready for push.
Air France 906 Lima, roger, hold position, contact ground 121.805.
Contacting ground 121.
Sean Matapea, are you on about the TriStar, mate?
Oscar 2205, roger, hold position, contact ground 121.805.
Hold position 121.805, Oscar 2205, thanks.
And Osprey 165, fully ready.
Osprey 165, roger, hold position, contact ground 121.805.
Wilco and contact ground 121.805. Thanks, ATC. Have a good afternoon.
You too, brother.
Yeah, Oscar 2205, push start.
Juicy. 126825 will be next, I think. Yeah, 126825. 126825. Click in the standby box. We're squawking correctly. And we are set up, ready to go. We're on magenta mode, which is going to be FMS nav. APU's on. Generators in. GPU's kind of gone into like standby mode, so we can go to ground here, disconnect the GPU, and we're going to go into GSX and prepare for pushback and departure. We're going to do all of this, again as always a bit of a top tip, before, close the door, before we report ready for push and start. It's one of the biggest things with VATSIM. Got a really cool cabin here as well, look. Mirroring the setup of our buttons for seatbelts and things in the flight deck. Shut the door. Bosh. Now I'm going to have to really remember how to fly this because it is very different to an Airbus or a Boeing. And from memory, I'm trying to remember my own tutorials now because it's been a while since we've flown this. You need to make sure that we don't activate any specific VNAV modes, but we need to sort out the auto thrust, so we're going to push that button as we go for takeoff to then pre-arm takeoff modes, which will be in the correct mode, get the flight directors pitching a command up. Alright, I think we're pretty much going to be ready to go, so we're going to Gatwick ground. Good afternoon again, Osprey 165, stand 565, fully ready, request push start.
Osprey 165, Gatwick, hello once again. After company Airbus A320, pass left to right behind you, push and start to cruise facing south.
After the company Airbus behind, left to right, push and start, approved, face south behind. Osprey 165.
Osprey 77, request taxi. Osprey 77, thanks.
Looks like the FS Labs A321. A321 Neo.
Ground, hello.
Wing walkers ready. Okay, red beacon lights on. That's all good. Okay. External power's off, radio frequencies are set, chocks are removed. That's a good point actually. Cones, wheel chocks. Beacon lights on.
Gatwick, good afternoon. Easy 45 Golf Charlie, stand 628, ready for push and start.
It is that company traffic, wasn't it? It's not any others that are lingering behind.
45 Golf Charlie, stand 682, push approved facing.
Yeah, epic.
This is Easy 45 Golf Charlie.
Osprey 33 Sierra, thanks for now. Straight ahead, Quebec Alpha, please. Osprey 33 Sierra, taxi straight ahead on Quebec Alpha, hold short to Lima.
That's a point. Have I got my charts? Yeah, ready to go. That's going to help us in a WeMo.
Reference 906 Lima, we are ready for taxi.
Epic. That'll be him out of the way in just a mo. Big peak. Bike brakes off. Let's go. Double check the beacon light. Let's get rid of that music so we can listen to the sounds. Ian, welcome. Alrighty, engine starts. Engine English mode selector, engine 1 automatic. Throttles idle. Engine switch. 2 clicks, starts. Monitor.
But I can give you standby. Actually, no, sorry, 17 will be available. For now, taxi straight ahead, 08 left, hold short, Romeo.
N2's rising. ITT's rising. Fuel flows up.
Osprey 784, thanks, hold now, clean back.
Roger.
Very underrated plane. With your original E-Jets tutorials, I learned a lot. We'll be interested to see how the new update performs. Really enjoy this aeroplane. I think it's coming along nicely. Absolutely, Ari Fazar, welcome to you. Okay, engine 1 looks pretty stable. I'm going to put electric system 3 pump A on now. Engine 2 start, parking brakes set. That's not drone camera. Come on, chase plane. Ah, I forgot to install the latest chase plane update. There we go. Commander, is that the stable version? Because I've never had that problem in the stable version, even pre-update from the other day. That's Scott off and the Royal Air Force Poseidon. This Gatwick is alive. It's busy, busy. Okay, engine 2's on and stabilising. We're going to get the ground pin indications. So we've got the jet. Thank you. See you later. And Jens. Hey. Ian, no faults. Pax, automatic, no faults. Rudder trims showing 0. Roll trim 0. Flaps. Hoping that's flaps 2. It looks like it is. I've got the wing control Airbus flap lever today, so some of the settings may disagree with the additional configurations all the way through this. Up to 5, but we'll see what it stabilises at. Flaps 2 looks good. Happy days. Order brake. RTO. Flight controls full and free. We're going to go to the flight control page just so you can see that in action as well. Ailerons. Elevators. Rudders full left and green. Right, left and green. Yeah, I'm about 2 minutes already, RFSR, and certainly before we get to the runway we'll be well over 2 minutes, so I'm not too worried about the 2-minute chrono, but yeah, I should do really. I forgot. if I'm honest. Order brake RTA, flight controls, full of free APU off, FCP's confirmed set for departure. Nav mode.
No takeoff. Brake.
There you go, that's good, that's working. Osprey 165, request taxi. Right, Quebec Charlie. Quebec, hold short Lima, Osprey 165. Okay, parking brakes off, rolling on neutral. Hold on a second. I need to recalibrate my throttles, me think.
That's Romeo, right kilo.
Where's my SIMAP Pro gone? Has it reset itself to a different mode? I think it may have done. Let me just double check. Yeah, there we go. That explains that. It put itself on double stroke 4 axle again, even though I didn't ask it to. There we go, beautiful.
Straight ahead Lima, left Romeo, hold Juliet.
565, confirm gate.
Easy 45 Golf Charlie.
Osprey 77, Gatwick director 126, 825,
68 circle,
There we go, there's the toga button there. So we've got roll, takeoff, LNAV, VNAVs, white. I've got different profiles set up for different aircraft. This is the first time using the wind control Airbus systems. The wind control Airbus throttle and flap. Bit of hardware with this E-Jet, so I've got a bit of keybind muscle memory creep from my Thrustmasters, where the little button that would be there on my Honeycomb Bravo to set the takeoff flight toga modes are wobbling about, so a little bit of fluff and rust. Quebec Charlie, Quebec, hold short Lima. So we're well over 2 minutes already now, which is good. We're going to put weather radar on, and I'm going to put TCAS on for the tick in the map system, but you can see we've got TCAS off as a warning because we've not actually got the transponder on anything except for standby currently. What the chuff has happened to that?
That's facing, yeah, so that's facing west, so I've asked for Lima, then left of Romeo, Juliet.
And here I'm actually facing east at the moment, just west of the bridge.
The 45 Golf Charlie, facing west, facing the airbridge. So just confirm you're facing the airbridge, correct?
I am facing towards the airbridge, but I'm definitely facing east.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I've got Charlie, Roger, then taxi Papa, hold short Kilo.
Papa, hold short Kilo. Kilo, like I said, easy 45 Golf Charlie.
Yeah, in fairness, he's not wrong. That is definitely west. I think the controller's got his maps the wrong way. There we go. Alright, let's get auto thrust sorted out as well. Thank you, RFSR. So we've got auto thrust active, takeoff. We've effectively got 5 modes ready to go. 3 armed, 2 active. Roll takeoff green. Takeoff white is the auto thrust sitting in the background, ready for after takeoff. LNAV, VNAV are ready for after takeoff. And we'll just hold here. So we'll pop those off. Parking brakes set. We'll wait for our next set of instructions, because I don't want to overcommit here.
Juliet, Zulu Alpha, and holding Alpha 3, Air France 906 Lima.
What the?
Yeah, taxi by Juliet, stand 28.
I think the controller's messed up here. Yeah. Okay. See, now the controller's got a bit of problem solving to do. Does he? Oh, look at this, there's a bit of traffic clash going on here. So I would... What the? Now he's slewing around places. Slewing around makes things even harder, right? That's just a bit of a mess. This EasyJet here is, I'm assuming, going to be turning left. He should have just waited. There we go, see? And then it'd figure it out, because the controller would probably then get him to turn right here onto Quebec Alpha to turn left Quebec Bravo to maybe follow the Osprey Airways A3 as in me, the Embraer 195. He's been told a hold position alert, and he's now just disregarding that instruction. Gatwick on VATSIM team. It's Fast and Furious, Gatwick edition, yeah. We're burning lots of fuel. Continue taxi, Quebec, Juliet, hold short, Papa, Osprey 165. We're not getting the bridge. Boo. I like taxiing there. But we're going down this way instead. Justin, it always is, mate. The thing is, the chaos makes it quite distracting for us as well when we're trying to buzz about and do stuff in the jet. And it's like an EasyJet spinning around, slewing all over the place. Now, Ian, you're away from the bedlam, mate. You've probably done wise there, mate. So I can see that my speed selector for the FCU here is set to FMS mode, which is good. I want speed FMS.
Acknowledge full position. I do apologise for that earlier on. There was an issue with the sim.
That sounds like Grant. I can hear him in an EasyJet somewhere. So what have we got? Quebec, Juliet, hold short, Papa. Oh, look at that, Eva Air Cargo, nice. It looks great, doesn't it? And this is, somebody mentioned the X-Crafts in X-Plane. This is basically that model from what I believe, because when we stream this, you have to put a little disclaimer in the description, which you might see, and it mentions X-Crafts E-Jets, interestingly enough. So I think it's the X-Crafts E-Jet, but modelled as, or like figured and sorted out with the team at FSS. There goes Zato, he's in the TriStar, although it's rendered as a KC-135 tanker, I think, if I've got my numbers right for the tankers. Let's go sterile flight deck now as well. We'll take cabin secure from the crew. Juliet is this left turn, looking at the boards. Right's clear, left's clear. Yeah, this is MKVY's Gatwick, as Avarice says, the best freeware scenery in the sim, certainly for the UK. Make sure the throttles are just back on idle. Got a new first officer today. Dave's having a rest day. He's done too many hours, so he's been gated for a little while. Heo says, is the EU190 worth it now for £27? If provided you download and install the experimental branch, for which they offer no support on, by the way, yes, absolutely. I really like it, genuinely. I wouldn't say that if I didn't. But absolutely, take a look at my tutorial videos for this, and hopefully it will provide you with lots of help getting the jet flown. Roger, after the EasyJet passes left to right, it'll be Alpha Sierra, hold Alpha 2 for Osprey 165. Yeah, I think that's Scott, Ian. That's Scott 2205.
Tower, Speedbird 2037.
Well, green light, I think, to be honest, I feel like this, as it is at the moment, is almost a version 1. And I genuinely do. It is Royal Air Force call sign. It's he's in a P3 Poseidon, I believe. I don't know where he's going. I'm just gonna go. Someone doesn't have any charts.
Take the left turn please on 12 for November and then hold out for 3.
Would it be better to wait for it to fully come out? No, personally, I think it's in a stage now that I mean I've for a long time refused to fly it because it's just been like really problematic and void of most important features. But now it's genuinely, with the experimental branch again as a caveat, genuinely quite fantastic. I really like it, and I've found that I've flown this. Of course, I know Director 126825. Thanks, CHC. Great job as always, and enjoy your weekend. Osprey 165. Bye.
180, report passing altitude.
I'm going to pop this on. Standby TARA, so we're now squawking. Performance, takeoff.
16, we're climbing now, flight level 180, report passing altitude.
Flight plan. So we've got FMS2, flight plan page.
And we are passing
Yeah, the link's in the description. If you haven't used the 10% off code Arifazar, or even Heyo as well for Contrail, then you can save yourself an extra 10%.
We'll continue climb over on Uniform.
34 Yankee Kilo, leave Mayfield heading 360 degrees.
I'll talk about the experimental branch and how to get it after takeoff, Heyo. Gatwick Director, good afternoon, Osprey 165.
So 165, Gatwick, hello, hold off 1.
Hold off for 1, good afternoon, Osprey 165.
Line is 16, we continue climb with 122.8.
Got some great ATC today.
1007, speed 180 knots.
Okay, just make sure throttles are idle. We don't have an auto brake to arm, a speed brake to arm here, but I'm going to press and hold. There we go, hear that?
Takeoff, okay.
That's our takeoff config check completed. This is Alpha 1 here. Andy, welcome mate.
Climbing to
Heyo, epic.
150.
Shall see you shortly. Again, if we have time, when we get to Porto, I might do a bit of a rush setup to fly back to Brussels Charleroi to check out the new scenery there. Let's get the taxi lights off, seatbelts, that's all set, parking brakes sets. Even the noise here. There's a little bit of cabin noise, bit of ambience. There's also crew noise as well. We had a crew boarding complete announcement a moment ago. Not sure if that's GSX or the aeroplane though. But this ambient noise is definitely the Embraer. And you can hear the packs. You can hear the hydraulics and the systems whirring away.
Osprey 165 behind the landing, easy 320 short final by half, 1 line up, 26 left behind.
Behind the landing EasyJets, line up 26 left behind Osprey 165.
Easy 34 Yankee Kilo, turn left heading 280 degrees, when established with the localizer, runway 26 left, disable the glide path.
Okay, parking brakes off, strobe lights on, ready to go. Takeoff configs okay, modes are all set, ready to go. What the... I'm just gonna go through him. Gatwick on VATSIM. Honestly, it does my head in. I want to say to him, like, come watch my tutorials, please. Get good on VATSIM. Make it good for everybody. Make VATSIM great again. Let's get through him. Anyway. Lights, signs, TCAS, all ready to go. You can idle the throttles, sterile cockpit, auto throttles armed. Modes are all set, ready to go. V-speeds check set, nav data radios check set. And we're waiting for takeoff clearance. We've got lineup and weight clearance, and that's about it for now. Strobes are on. Landing lights are on. Inspection lights as required. Transponder is on. TARA.
Taxi direct left hold short of Tango.
Ooh, trim 1.7.
Taxi on to runway 08.
Knew there was something. Pitch trim set. Knew there was something.
So 598, continue climb with
It was burning in my mind.
Due to decimal 8 flight service at 95.
So 165.
Prop plane.
250 visit 16 knots. Runway 26 left, clear for takeoff.
26 left, cleared for takeoff, Osprey 165.
The 407 by Alpha 1 line up, runway 26 left.
Okay, let's go. Motors are all set, ready to go. Brakes are off. We go for about 40%. And we're going to slowly advance, waiting for the auto thrust system to catch our throttle inputs. Take off green. And auto thruster's got it. ATTCS is green. Speed's alive. Power set.
80 knots.
Check.
Behind the parking with F320 by Alpha, Air 5 Mike 1 line up for my 2 steps behind.
Okay, behind the departing was there, 1.
We won. Rotate.
The 67, hold on for 1.
Positive rate.
Gear up. Auto thrust is green. Speed E. Flight director's active. Autopilot on. And now we're going to release the stick. Auto brakes off. Taxi lights off.
There's 481 Gatwick there. Hello, where are you going?
It's always a good shout, isn't it? Boom, let's go. Epic. Okay, 180. Let's go flap 0.
234 Yankee Kilo, continue approach 26 left, so send 250 visit 16 knots.
Continue approach 234 Yankee Kilo. And go direct to Griffin 9 from Quebec.
45 Gold Charlie, so send 250 visit 16 knots. Runway 26 left, clear to immediate takeoff.
Looks like we'll be levelling at 4 in a moment.
Either 62 to that system behind, landing easy 320 short final.
And this is quite a quick departure, right? Because we've got basically the ability to fly this a maximum of 250 knots. So the aeroplane's going to accelerate to 250 in a moment at 4,000. We're just maintaining this runway heading for a little while longer before we turn slightly south.
Easy 34 Yankee Kilo, so send 250 degrees at 16 knots. After departing A320, clear to land, runway 26.
Conditional landing clearance. Oh, it's bust that a little bit. Interesting. But it's captured it again.
And everyone else on the ground, contact tower 124.230. Okay, 165, climb now, flight level 4150, report passing altitude.
Booker, climb now, flight level 150, and we are 4,000, Osprey 165.
They're 407, climb now, flight level 180, report passing altitude.
2 clicks, VNAV, 50. I'm actually going to go flight level change the mode. And we go green. It's going to create a climb now. Right, let's try and catch up here. You can see how different this is to an Airbus or a Boeing, right? Hopefully you can. There's little differences and they can trip you up, and I've made a couple of mistakes already because I've not flown this for a few weeks. So what we've got, autopilot's engaged, auto brakes off, flaps are retracted and 0. So the aeroplane's now clean. Push to sync the heading, keep that in line. Standard pressure, standard pressure.
Climb now, flight level 150, report your passing out.
There we go. Yeah, that's 1013.
So 165, continue climb with 122 decimal.
Wilco, thanks to the ATC, great job. Have a good weekend, Osprey 165.
With 407, continue climb with 122 decimal.
Continue climb.
Unicom. Okay, flight plan page. Through flight level 70, let's go sterile off. Seatbelt signs off. And just for the sake of ease, at my discretion, I'm going to turn the landing lights off as well. So overhead looks good. Icing conditions have been detected by the aircraft. Interesting. So they automatically kick in and sort themselves out. Interesting though, once you've had stall prop ice speed on the aircraft activated, it doesn't turn itself off until after landing, from what I understand in this, if I remembered that correctly. So we might see the icing systems turn off, but we might then actually see that stall prop speed stays on. It was 37, let's go for 37. Whack it up. Big old cumulonimbus in front of us. So how do you get the experimental branch of the Embraer E-Jets? So first of all, you've got to basically open up where you've purchased it from. So it might be that you've installed it via Contrail or Aerosoft. They're the two available options. And effectively what you need to do there is find the installed product in your product library and then uninstall it. And if you've got the E170, 175 and the E190, 195 and the cargo versions, uninstall them all. Once you've uninstalled them, you're then going to see on Contrail for the installation of the aeroplane 2 different options. You'll see experimental release and stable release, and you want to select experimental release for all of them so that you are consistently applying the same product. So if you're going to install the E190, 195 experimental, you then want the cargo version for the E-Jets installed with the experimental branch as well. If you go to docs.flightsim-studio.com, they've got an E-Jet series knowledge hub basically, and there's a bit that says experimental version, things to know. Click there and it effectively tells you all of that sort of stuff. one of the new features for this, for VNAV approaches, and if the runway at Porto stays on 35, we're going to be doing an RNAV approach today. For VNAV approaches, you have the option of selecting VNAV temperature compensation to assure the FMS meets obstacle clearance standards by the published altitude constraints. VNAV temperature compensation function adjusts all FMS waypoint altitude constraints for the defined approach, approach transitions and missed approach segments of the flight plan to compensate for non-standard day temperatures. So, by default it will be off, and that's it assuming standard day temperature. If you select cold, then it'll apply temperature compensation only when the approach is flown in cold conditions between 0 degrees to minus 50 degrees deviation ISA. And if you select hot and cold, then it's going to apply temperature compensation when approach is flown in any temperature condition limited to minus 50 to plus 70 degrees deviation ISA. The configuration is an option and must be enabled separately from cold, it says, and then it talks about how to enable those. So we'll do that in a little while. The aircraft can also now do holds. When we get to Porto, I might configure it to basically enter the hold so we can test it out live and see what happens, because I've not tried it before. We'll keep an eye on that as well, green light. I mean, don't forget this is an experimental branch, so it's not perfect, but it is still pretty decent for what you get, I think, in my opinion. So, in the changelog, they've made major MCDU and LNAV improvements. They've improved the takeoff and landing behaviour. They've now also enabled full missed approach implementation, which again was one of the key pieces of the puzzle missing in this. The hold's missing in the previous version, and missed approach, and that's now working, so really good. We'll look forward to maybe looking out for those in flight today when we get a bit closer as well. We'll look for that in the flight plan. In the FMS, they've enabled FMS temperature compensation for RNAV approaches as we just discussed, MCDU holdings with all entry types, MCDU flight complete flays, allows multiple legs in one session, so if we do have time today we will try and get that working. So we'll try and fly a second sector to see what goes on with the jet, see if we can fly multiple sectors, and then they've made additional smaller fixes and improvements as well, and that's all for the experimental branch. And as they say in their latest ping from 3 days ago announcing this update, they say the last major milestone left is the autopilot. It works in general, but it's not as accurate as we want, and it doesn't meet our expectations yet. Right now it's still based on the default MSFS autopilot with a custom layer added on top. In the future it's going to be replaced with a fully customized autopilot system. So it is very close. I say very close, it might still take a year for them to complete it potentially, depending on how fast they can pull the finger out of the bum, but it might be sooner rather than later, we hope, that this will be a version 1. But there's finally progress happening with it, and that's what I enjoy the most with it. The experimental branch is constantly updating and improving all the time, and it's effectively transformed this product into something very, very usable and quite enjoyable. Greenlight said, last time I flew in one of these in real life, the cabin went from very hot to cold and back to hot within 15 minutes. It kept changing temperatures like this throughout the whole 2-hour flight. It was not fun. That doesn't sound fun. That sounds like they might have flown with a kind of semi-balked cabin temperature or pack fault that was within the minimum equipment list. Ari Fazar says, I had an issue with Direct 2s. The flight plan was flickering, so not sure if you will retest Direct 2s. Did you follow the exact procedure for the Direct 2s that I covered in my tutorial video for this? Because that's the key. A lot of people are treating it a little bit like Boeing, where you put it at the top, but if you do that, then the flight plan can really balk out and it wipes elements of it. You need to put it into the pink, the magenta field. So if I was to, I don't know, let's do a direct to Marek just to kind of force it, right? Let's just see what happens. Marek, IBNID, activate. There you go, done. That's how you do a direct to in the E-Jet. If I put that into SAM, the whole thing would get really messed up. So you have to take what you know with an Airbus A320 and bits of what you know from a 737, throw a lot of it out the window, and relearn the Embraer way with this, because it's a different way of operating an airliner in some respects, in some areas. There are similarities, naturally, but there are a lot of differences that catch people out with this. Massive simulations even into you. Hope you're well. I'm doing well, thank you, mate. E-Jet's looking good, bud. How's the flight? The flight's going well so far. I think. What do you guys think? You guys are all watching in the chat. What are you thinking in regards to how this aircraft is performing at the moment? Where's the old Soundaroonies? Have we got brightness? Display rates. There's that cabin ambience volume. Probably should be female if she's sat next to me as a female. Starter, virtual, PFD. Cabin music is an option there. Passenger announcements. Yeah, the ATC had their work cut out, didn't they, Justin? There you go. So I've turned that ambience up now. Hopefully you can hear the chatter in the background a little bit more clearly. I'll pause the music and stop talking for a wee second so you can hear it. You can just about hear it. Flyhawk Airways, hello. I have issues with the FS Realistic cabin chatter. It doesn't always filter through the cockpit, so sometimes you hear it really loud. Yeah, it is a bit squiffy. FS Realistic. I've always found that FS Real. It's a bit bad, really, I suppose, but I call FS Realistic FS Unrealistic. They're effectively making the sounds that you expect in the cabin here as a passenger, having been used to stuff in the past in the back of the plane, and they're plonking it up front with a load of exaggerated, like, head bobbing and all sorts of stuff. Not a massive fan of it in the airliners. I think it's fantastic in general aviation aeroplanes. That's where it really comes into its own as a product, but beyond that, I don't use it at all. I don't even use it in GA anymore, to be honest, because I've got the G-force thing in chase plane that's included. Living the Dream says I've been a massive supporter of the FSS E-Jets for years. I'm just so disappointed at the time it's taking them. I'm really not that impressed with the new version, but hey ho, that's just me. Are you not impressed with the new version compared to the previous experimental branch from last week, or the stable branch? Because the stable branch is nowhere near as good as the experimental branch. Not fully sure what you mean specifically there. MPS, good effort, mate. I knew you'd be fine. Paul Falco, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing, mate. Harry, yeah, that's what you did. Oh, nice one, yeah. So if you put the direct 2 into the top one, then you're going to break your flight plan. If you put it into the magenta, that's what it's looking for. That's the correct way of doing it. But like I say, it's a bit different to the jets that you've usually flown, the Airbus and the Boeings and things. Scott's not used to flying in UK time. Normally be 3 reds in by now. Yeah. How have you found the move back? Has it been alright? The experimental VNAV just keeps doing crazy things. Interesting. What sort of stuff should I expect then with it? I mean, we had the constraint issue, didn't we, a moment ago, where it kind of bust the constraint and then realised at 150 or so feet above 4,000 and then really violently pitched down. I wonder if we're going to get dinged on New Sky for excessive G-force. We'll find out when we get to Porto, I suppose. And I've also just noticed we're doing 240 knots. Max 70. Buggered that bit, didn't I? There we go. At least that's kind of making that make sense. But look, having changed that to 37, look, now it's actually gone, I need to go faster. Let's see what it's going to take us up to. Everything except for VAT, yeah, very true, yeah. Bloody well expensive, isn't it? 20% on everything. Passionate flight sim of Flyhawk Airways. I've attempted to be a pilot 3 times in the last 20 odd years, 15 years, but I've run out of money every time. For one reason or another. The last time was Russia invading Ukraine, and that then caused the fuel price to spike another 30 quid an hour for flying, and that instantly made it unaffordable. It effectively rendered the pot that I had for my private pilot's license short of another £2,000. So I thought, you know what, I could keep chasing it, but I have lines in the sand or hard stops where I just go, you know what, I'm not committing past that point. And basically that instant change in price bust my hard stop, and I just went, I'm not doing it. That's it. I did almost get into the Speedbird Academy with British Airways a couple of years ago, but I withdrew. I got through to the very final 500 with Skyborne with some final assessments at Gloucester, but I was on holiday, and as some of you have heard this story already before, basically on holiday, and worked out that to go and do that for 18 months I would have to basically sell my house, because we wouldn't be able to afford the mortgage if I wasn't working. So I couldn't just go and chase it wildly without impacting a whole lot of stuff that we'd worked really bloody hard to try and achieve over the last few years. So I emailed them and withdrew, rather sadly, but it is what it is. 18-year-old version of me would have absolutely loved the chance, but sometimes life takes over. Neil, good afternoon. He's had a colleague leave to join the BA Speedbird Academy the other day. Amazing. Well, good luck to them. Andrew, thanks for subscribing. Welcome to the channel. I'm looking out for Graham. If he's right on top of us. Andrew, have you got the experimental branch or the stable branch? I mean, TLA trim on is still not an option. Christ, a lost player, wowzers. I'm guessing you didn't get any of that back either. Yeah, you know what? I'm super confident I would have passed the final selection and got a space on the Speedbird Academy. I really genuinely felt confident at the time. But the maths didn't add up. It's the same with NATS. I'd really like to go and train to become an air traffic controller instead. That's what, 6 months I think at ATC college or whatever they call it, but I can't do 6 months of earning anywhere less than what I earn now without having problems paying the mortgage. So again, that's a non-starter for me as well. But I've explored that in the past as well. I've explored various other options. I mean, there was a job I put in for a little while ago, as Neil will know, at Heathrow. Threw a lot of effort into it, and I came 15th out of nearly 300 candidates. So did a lot better than I thought, but that opportunity hasn't come back for a long time, sadly. And then I put in for something else, and AI paper sifted me instead, which is annoying. I think we might have to actually level up cruise here at 35,000 feet, you know. I think we're top of performance. Getting a bit different click spot issue today. One caveat here with the system is the experimental branch doesn't give you any support. They won't give you support, basically. Yeah, is it 6 months to become an air traffic controller? I might have that number slightly wrong. I'm not 100%. I thought it's 6 months. It might be a year. Yeah, and that's what people don't get either. So when I calculated how much I had to save and all that, it was the hidden fees that I'd added into pilot training as well. The landing fees for circuit bashing, they can rack up really fast depending on where you're flying. So, you know, certainly if you're flying at expensive airports like Oxford, Kidlington, then you're going to rack up landing fees really quickly if you're circuit bashing. 18 months of training. Okay, well that's the same as pilot training then, isn't it? And the thing with NATS is they can turn around and go, I know you live in Oxfordshire, but you're gonna go and start at Edinburgh ground, and then you're expected to move. And I'm not doing that. Not anymore. Yeah, as Neil says, you know, pilot training and air traffic control training stuff is great for young people living at home without any of those big commitments, or people that have got loads of kind of cash buffer so that they've got that fail safe. They can just kind of use their savings to chip away and pay off their mortgage while they go off and chase the dream. Ian says he was doing the PPL with the intention of it being a hobby, but unless there's a guaranteed career at the end of it, it's not worth pouring money into anymore. Devin June says this morning flying into Gatwick, the Osprey 190 approaching 7,000 as per ATC. As soon as it got to 7,000 feet, the aircraft started climbing at 5,000 feet per minute. What the? Well, I'm hoping we don't have that later. If it's that rough, I would expect them to patch the experimental branch. We'll find out when we descend into Porto, I suppose. Sean was £35 for landing fees and £11 for circuits. Just paid €1,200 total for all of my ATPL exams. Whew. Yeah, but you're almost there then if you've got your ATPL exams on the way, that's good. Global Shipping AI down there from Seafront Simulations. I love that add-on. It brings so much extra little bits of immersion that you don't otherwise really think too much about into the simulator. There you go, look at all those ships down there as well, amazing. Very real point re NATS postings, it's very hard to validate licenses at a unit when you really don't want to be there. Ian says, correct me if I'm wrong, but a first officer for someone like Ryanair doesn't earn a fat lot considering the responsibility. Yeah, so Wizz Air, for example, and some of the low-cost carriers, if you're a new pilot with low hours, you're expecting to earn about £35,000 a year. That's a whole lot less than what I'm on now. So you'd have this huge debt if you've taken out loans and things to get your pilot training. Or if you've remortgaged your house with a second charge on your house or something via BBVA, if they still do that sort of stuff for funding models. Yeah, there's a lot of risk with no guarantee at the end either of a job. And I'm not willing to risk that anymore. I mean, maybe in the future I'd like to be able to kind of, if I had enough of a pot of money, I would love to be able to just go, you know what, I'm just going to throw 10 grand into pilot training and just do my PPL and again, like Ian says, like treat it as a hobby effectively. But I mean, the salaries do go up quite quickly though, Justin, with experience. Living Dream is Easy 45 Golf Charlie, tracking 5 miles to my west in the A330 Neo. A321 Neo, climbing 350. Love Seafront Global Shipping AI, yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that, Lost Player. Massive respect for getting to the top 500 on the Speedboat Academy. There was 60,000 applications that first year they launched it, that's when I put in. And chipped my way all the way through the online testing and everything at home. And then, yeah, got tranched. They split the candidates to Jerez and Skyborne and things. Basically, I had the final tests at Skyborne, and then yeah, pulled out. But it is what it is. There's just so much traffic at Gatwick. You know what? It's always really busy at Gatwick now. Sim Pips, welcome. Learned to fly at Shoreham in 1978 at 19 quid an hour. Got PPL in 6 months and then AFISO, a big in Hill. Great life back then. £19 an hour. When I first started flying, how old am I now? 35, so 12, 13-ish years ago, started flying. Buzzing around in the Midlands, Coventry Airport, the A28s. It was 120 quid an hour. I think from memory. And now, a couple of years ago, when I last flew, so albeit 5 years ago now I think it was, when I stopped flying 4 years ago. Well, that's a long time ago. It was £210 an hour, and then the Ukraine thing happened and it went up to 250 quid an hour. And I felt a little bit like I was being mugged off by the school a little bit for the costs, if I'm honest. Hold on a second. Loki, Lottie. Oh yeah, that's fine. I thought that looks really weird. because we've only got like 1, 2, 3 pages. Look, Lorku, Lottie, LTEP, Aspor. And I thought, has this gone wrong? This huge gap, bearing in mind that my flight should be the Mike 195 Airway to Marok and Lorku. But yeah, I forgot we're in, is it 3... God, what's it called? 3 something airspace, isn't it? Like FRA or something. So Europe now has gone to like waypoints. So we're going Lorku, direct Lottie, direct LTEP. But yeah, that does make sense. Interesting we can't get to 37,000 feet though. But I suppose it'd probably be wise for us to think about the arrival in a little bit more detail now. Flight streak in the TriStar for Zato. Wowzers. Ian says, remember paying 75 quid an hour when he first started at Halfpenny Green. Free routing, yeah, free route, yeah, FRA, is it free route something? Jay says it took 40 minutes to get pushback. He forgot about me, then GSX errored out, but then let me cut the line. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, you'll probably have a little bit of a ding, but don't worry. Do we have an on-board together policy at Osprey? Only my passengers are doing the conga line down the aisle to to the Osprey Airways G. Love it. Right, let's have a little look about this arrival into Porto in a short while. So, zoom on out. Porter Pilot, welcome, good afternoon. We are already past Jersey, which is on our left wing, over Brest Centre almost, for this long old flight down. We're going to be flying into Porto with a little bit of a crosswind onto runway 35 arrivals. Aspor 6 Charlie arrival. So Aspor at flight level 110 at the border of Spain and Portugal, and then we're going to be flying southwesterly down effectively to like almost cutting into the end of a downwind leg, basically just to enter at right base. 4,000 feet, and at Kulo there's a hold at Akulu, and guess what we're going to test at Akulu? We're going to test the holds, see what it can do. So if you're behind me, do factor that in your descent planning, because I'll basically want to get it to enter and exit a hold using the FMS. We'll see how it works as a bit of a live test. And then from RMP runway 35, we're going to test that RNAV approach in this again, if I can remember properly how to do it. So inbound at 351 degrees. Kulu step down to 3000 for the 3-degree glide path angle into the runway. Minimums, we'll go for the LNAV VNAV minimums of 530. Let's put that in. Oopsie, that's a bit high. God, this ruddy barrow thing's very sensitive. There we go, 530. Just wondering what the LNAV, the VNAV thing's doing at the moment. It's a little bit bumpy. Right, let's get the arrival put in. So we're going to go arrivals, runway 35, RNAV 35, Akulu, Aspor 6 Alpha. I suppose 6 Alpha. Arrival, check the data, looks good, apply. Bingo. And if I go to plan mode, and I'm going to go to waypoint centered, what we will do, oops, is use this little wheel here to flick through to see what it wants us to do when we get a little closer, because I want to see how effective this is. No missed approach there. Aspor 61, 631, 633, 635, Akulu, Papa Romeo 544, 542. So missed approach is to Papa Romeo 544, left, direct retmo and hold. We'll see what it does. It might build that when we get a bit closer. Ah! There it is! Amazing! They've actually done it. So again, that's so key, right? That's so important. So Papa Romeo 543 is the missed approach point. And retmo, hold, ready to go. Little indicate by that H. That's really good. So it won't display there. It will probably display when we're on final approach. We'll look out for that a little later. And then we're gonna let's go back to waypoint center. Where is it? Not Midhurst. That's Gatters. Hold on. The hell is this? Oh, that's the 6 Alpha, isn't it? What did I go for? I want 6 Charlie. Let's quickly change this. It's going to be in route arrival star 6 Charlie. There we go. Silly me. Apply. So a quick little dynamic change. Look at that. Hasn't broke it. It can happily do that and look after us still, flying along rather merrily. So that hopefully will give you a little bit of confidence if you're uncertain that it's absolutely capable of doing a couple of tweaks here and there, direct twos, etc. quite merrily. So that's looking pretty good. There's the missed approach procedure as well, detailed. So and that makes sense. So the 6 Alpha had us fly like it was a downwind leg, right? So yeah, that makes perfect sense because otherwise the missed approach would go through it. So maybe it was holding the data till after overflying it before displaying. So very smart. Right. Where are we at? Let's go to waypoint center. Akulu. What we got? Nav. There we go. Nav index. Yeah, everything's in slightly different places if you haven't flown it for a while to what you're used to. So let's see if we can put a hold in at Akulu and see what it does. So we're going to go hold Akulu. And this is again a new feature to the experimental branch, and you can see on the charts here we're going to want effectively an inbound course of 351 degrees, outbound 171, but you can see as we approach we're not coming in 351 degrees as it shows here. We're actually coming in 261 degrees. So if you looked at this here, we're entering this way. So I'm very interested to see how it handles it. What I'm expecting is it to basically do like a teardrop entry, like so. Max 240 knots, 1.5 minute hold legs. So, Kulu, leg time 4.4. Ah, see, that's interesting. It's not letting me change the numbers. 351 left. Okay, good. Teardrop entry. We're going to want speed. 180. That's probably quite a wise speed, to be fair. We'll do 200 for the sake of changing it. It's showing us a hold leg time of what, 4 minutes there by the looks of it. So standard default is 210 knots. We've done the inbound course. If one value is edited, like distance, then the FMS recalculates the other, like time, based on a ground speed model. So estimated distance on the charts, it's 1 minute legs. It's about 5 miles. This is the bit that's going to... I want to make sure I do it really carefully here. Leg time less distance. By default, leg time is 1 minute below 14,000 feet and 1.5 minutes at or above 14,000. If one value is edited like distance, the FMS recalculates the other like time. Let's go that. 4.4 minutes. So we'll put 2 minutes. And we'll go, I don't know, 5. Let's see what it does. Okay, so it's not going to take that. We will have a little look closer to our arrival just to see what it does. But you can see it's sort of trying to draw it in. And it's kind of prepped something there, look. That's the hold done. So as we sequence to Akulu, the MCDU flight plan should display the from waypoint, which is Lorku, in yellow, to the word holding. So then it's basically telling us that way that we're now entering the hold. 1 minute prior to the arrival at the fix, an exit prompt appears on the MCDU. If exit is pressed whilst in the hold, the FMS will guide the aircraft back to the fix, sequence it, and then resume the normal flight plan. The prompt changes to exiting hold. If the exit was premature, it can be reversed by selecting resume hold. Happy days. Such a key feature. Ian, you've got is that the latest? (737-700). Is that the one you're on about? Nice. I haven't got it myself. I'm just kind of patiently waiting for the 737-800 to be updated with it. What's the flight time for this today? 2 hours 6, block time 2 hours 34. Not bad. We might actually get a chance to do a next sector to the new Brussels Charleroi after all, if that's what you guys want to see. All depends on when we actually arrive in Porto though. By the way, we've added loads, well I say loads, a few more of these E170 to 195 jets into our Osprey Airways fleet. We've positioned a few around and added, or enhanced the number of scheduled services that they can fly on as well, because it's something I had not looked at too granular, in fairness, once they update this experimental branch to have a really nice package now. And effectively I forgot to go into all of the schedules to make sure 100% that we had lots of different breadth of routes available for it. So that is, I think, now done and quite nicely settled. We've also moved some of them down into South Africa, so you guys can go and fly these E-Jets around the amazing continent of Africa. If you missed it a couple of days back or last week, through the week, I released a kind of Africa showcase video, which sounds like quite a lot of people enjoyed, to be fair. Showing you some of the really nice things that you can have across Africa. Scenery related, mostly freeware, some really good payware as well from mini builds. Nairobi, Cape Town, Johannesburg being their 3. Definitely worth checking that out if you want to go and explore a new region of the world where there's so much amazing freeware across Africa on flightsim.to to go and enjoy across both simulators, FS 2020 and 2024. Scout Drive saying, off topic, how do you change wind meters per second to knots on the iFly Max? I've looked all over the tablet. You know what, mate? I'm not sure, because I've looked previously as well, and I don't think it can be done. Hopefully we won't wait too much longer for their latest update for the iFly with a new tablet. That might completely change and overhaul all of that. No worries, Ian. It's good to see lots of people enjoying flying around the region, to be fair, if I'm really honest. But there's barely anything flying around that part of the world at the moment on New Sky. 140 flights online on the whole of the New Sky platform. We got 14 of them. So we are, I mean, there's so many different airlines across New Sky anyway, generally, but we are one of the biggest. I love it. There's a whole train of us heading down to Porto as well. Ooh, Chalty, welcome. I don't know which one to get first, the PMDG 777 freighter or the MD-11 from TFDI. So my question there would be, what other big jets have you got? Kevin, welcome. No idea what's going wrong, but WASM crashes with SimBrief, and if it doesn't crash, it pulls no data at all. Which aircraft, mate? This one. And if it is the E-Jets, is it the experimental branch or is it the stable branch? Like I said, the E-Jets with a new update, got you. 100% you've got the experimental branch installed, right? And then my next question would be, do you have Navigraph or do you use the default sim data? So you've got Navigraph and you've updated by the custom nav data installer. Have you added with the update the sim brief thing back into the FMS? You know, the address thing. I did it in a tutorial video a little while ago, if that helps. About how to link your sim brief into the E-Jets. Because I found when I updated this one, I had to. This was okay because it was all linked to Navigraph. So it pulls it in really nicely there. Do that first. And then I found I had to go to nav index, data link, address, flight plan, and my company address, which is your sim brief username. I found it reset. So it might be that that's gone blank again. And if that is the case, it's an easy fix for you. But hopefully that is along the lines of how you can fix it, I hope. If not, I'm not sure what else to suggest. Descent forecast is still not a feature by the looks of it. Probably a bit difficult if they haven't got a proper autopilot, custom autopilot system, I suppose. 4,000, so I'll leave 5,000 as the transition level. Have you got the same air rack from your Navigraph installed on SimBrief? So my questions there for thinking about Navigraph would be: have you definitely got Navigraph nav data installed into the simulator and up to date? And then from that, have you then, because you've already mentioned that you've done the flight plan nav data updated for the E-Jets, have you then gone into SimBrief to make sure your air rack is the same? I don't know. Not sure what else to suggest otherwise, unfortunately. What have we got? Estimated landing weight 40. Go 40, 500. And then we got currently at Porto, winds 320 degrees at 17 knots, gusting 27 knots. So a little bit spicy. Gust with the crosswind might be the problem. Temperature's 15 degrees for landing. And we'll go for flap 5. Cat 2 or 3 because we're doing an RNAV, LNAV, VNAV, so it's a precision approach. Make sure we've got that. Temperature compensation. Let's talk about that. Get that fired up, shall we? So, first up we're going to go nav index. This is how you turn this on. We're going to then go to page 2. And we're going to select maintenance. No, we're not. Where is it? Hold on. Nav index. Yeah, maintenance. Setup, page 2. There we go. Select flight config. And then here we've got temperature compensation config. So it's by default set to cold. So cold is applies temperature compensation only when the approach is flown in cold conditions. 0 to minus 50 degrees deviation ISA. Let's change it to hot and cold. Oh, bugger. So that went well. What's the plan now? So that doesn't work properly. You know what? That's the first time I've ever had a WASM crash in anything other than the C-130 from Miltech. Where are we? I'm just looking where we are on a map. Okay, so I Alt F4 this thing and reboot the sim, and we can use the launcher thing for setting back up another flight. But that's going to scupper our chances of flying into Charleroi, that's for sure. I probably shouldn't have bothered messing around with the temperature compensation, but hey ho, where are we? Ah, the Bay of Biscay, lovely. So we can load into Nantes or somewhere like that over the Bay of Biscay, throw the route in, take off and catch up. Hopefully we don't obliterate people on the way. So this is a little bit of an example of what to do if something really goes horrendously wrong in your flight, or you get a crash to desktop in your simulator whilst you're flying along, tracking a flight on New Sky. But hey, we test these things. This is a bit of a test to see what it does, but that's really not that great. Well, it's something that recycling the power won't do anything with this, Caleb. This is a WASM crash for the product in the simulator. The only way is to kill the sim and open it again. So, because we've got New Sky active, which is our Osprey Airways virtual airline tracking platform, what we can do is fire back into the jet from here. Exactly, that's why it's experimental. Right, Alt F4 time, folks, for the first time in a very, very, very bloody long time in the sim. Bosh. So New Sky now has gone, lost connection. That's kind of what we want. Give it a second. Carlita says he's had 3 of those. Christ. On the previous version I didn't have a single crash to desktop or WASM crash or anything with it. I still thinks it's running in the background. Is it? Sometimes it just hangs. It needs a wee second. The pilot's disconnected. Yeah. End task. Gone. Okay. Thankfully MSFS loads really fast. So the temperature compensation, by the looks of it, starts at, by default, as cold. What I was following was this. Adding temperature correction. But basically that would be a section of the FMS I would not recommend any of you fiddle with, having just explored that and had my first proper WASM crash in the sim. I know, I'd literally just I'd just showered so much praise on it as well. That's always the way. The thing is, because it's experimental, they won't offer any support on it. They'll just be like, "Wow, it is what it is. It's experimental for a reason." Very frustrating, though, eh? Now my plethora of add-ins getting loaded up. I need to get rid of Headwind Sim, CSS, TDS, GTN-XI. Let's kill all of these. We don't need them for today. Close, 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 close. Elevators can stay on. Green light, no. Well, I had a WASM crash, so yeah, but then I was fiddling. We're going to have our work cut out for us though when we get back in the sim, because we're going to have to utilize the crash reset function in New Sky, which is genuinely brilliant. Those of you who have never experienced before, you're going to see how useful this is. How it works with the E-Jet though, we're yet to find out, so we'll have a little look at that as well. Ian, yeah, and how rubbish they generally are in the sim anyway. Although the Miltech Chinook's pretty good, it's the Milviz or the Blackbird C-130 that I had a WASM crash with the other week. Big update got rolled out for it. I was going to do an update video to be like, check this out, look how great it looks now. The whole thing's a hot mess. The second you taxi off, I hadn't even taken off, or put a flight plan or anything hard in it. And then it just randomly WASM crashed whilst I was taxiing out. So I rage quit and uninstalled it. That D130 is a mess. It's going to be interesting to see how this handles what we're about to do to it though as a product, because it will give us an indication of how stable it might be. Future versions. But if it does work, all is not lost. Loading unusually long. Log saved to report loading.toml. Never seen that before. Right, where were we? We were around the Bay of Biscay. So we're going to go to Nonce Atlantique. And we're going to plonk ourselves on the parking ramp there. Hope that runway's long enough. Yeah, it looks long enough. Let's go. Right. You guys remember where we were a second ago, don't you? Oh, default airports. Right, here we go. Come on. Pray to the baby Jesus. Okay, let's get that GPU connected. Safety pins, engine covers. Don't need the cones. Whack that on. GPU available. Battery 1 and 2, emergency lights arms, that's sterile, seatbelts, no smoking signs, lights. No, so we're going to have to do it still fairly properly. Shush, stop beeping at me. Right, let's dive in. We got a squawk of 3371, didn't we? So 3371, 122, decimal 8. We'll pop that straight into COM 1, ready to go. Flight plan, route, send. Knob number 1 X-ray. Activate. Just the screens have gone really dark as well on this. I'm going to pop this transponder on TARA, so it's one less thing for me to worry about as well. That's all good. Parking brake sets. No, we had a WASM crash for the first time. Right, let me show you New Sky, because we're about to fire this thing back up. We're going to use the restore flight function, which hopefully is going to be visible as we click through it. So I'm going to press the restore flight, and it's now saying location and aircraft. Can it see where we are and understand that? Yes. Okay, next we need to load up the correct fueling and the right zero fuel weight in the ballpark of. So what we're going to do is go into departure. How much fuel should we have? Where were we? Lorku, Lottie. So at Lorku we should have 6, and at Lottie we should have 4.1. So if I put 5,000 kilograms in, excuse me, that should be roughly, hit enter, where we're at. And I'm going to hit instant. Runway performance we're going to struggle with here, because it's not going to give us the correct values for the runway, because it's thinking we're at Gatwick. But that's okay. That's all done. I'm going to put the arrival in. 35, RNAV 35, Akulu, ASPO 6 Charlie. Apply. And then we had that hold set up, didn't we? So we're going to go into nav, hold. Hold at Akulu. And it was going to be to match the charts. We basically want to make sure we set this up as best as possible from where we were at earlier. So it's going to be inbound course of 351 degrees with a left turn. So I'm going to switch that around. Top speed 210 on for now. Insert. Ready to go there with that. Happy days. Perf init page. Send the request. Thrust automatic. I'm going to go for Toga takeoff for this departure. Reference CTS, thrust rate and select. I think we're kind of there. Cruise, descent. And we can do landing init page if the rest of it works. Let's fire up the APU. Hopefully you all started the clock to see how long this would take. That's all good, that's all good, that's all good. Okay, what's next on our New Sky? So now look, we've set our fuel and our zero fuel weight. We're pretty much bang on. In fact, it tells us there, look, 4695 kilos for fuel. So we could, if we want to, directly set that in here. But we're going to burn a load, so 4695. We're going to burn 400, 500? Maybe. So we're going to do a Toga takeoff. Yeah. Okay, that's good. We don't want to do this on the ground yet, folks. That's all set, that's all set. APU's on. Beacon, GSX, pushback. Pop the electric pump on now to save us doing that in a second. And we're going to get ready for push. And we're almost prepared to reboot back to where we were a second ago. This is a complete kind of warp back to our last place with New Sky. It's very useful. Right, okay, so I'm gonna have to quickly restart my Stream Deck because that's now broke with the reboot of the sim for some very bizarre reason. Stream Deck quits. Stupid thing. Nose left, tail right, left. Eh? Yeah. Doesn't really matter. Fire brakes off. Let's get it fired up. I'm gonna quickly open that as administrator to get this fired back up. So. Ari Fazar, no worries. Hello to both of you. Welcome. Let's go back, get rid of the music for now. So that's all good, that's all set, that's all set. Let's get engine 1 started. And the flight plan page is going to be what's important for us for this, right? This is a good old GSX default pushback here, as we live and breathe. Where's the, I need a windsock. Oh Christ, there's a Transavia there. I'm going to disconnect from VATSIM because I don't want to upset them for a second until we're back on nearer to our arrival. So there's a windsock up there. So we're going to have to taxi down to the end of the runway just down behind us. That's easy enough. Hey, had a WASM crash. Was I was exploring the temperature correction thing added into the new experimental update, which has broke the airplane. Sure. So where are we at? We've got, let's go, delete, Ibnib, Maruk, Hazel. I'm going to activate that for a second because that way I know Lottie is on page 1 of my flight plan. Being a bit sneaky with it really. There's the ground pin. So it's not taken a massive amount of time, has it, for us to dive back in? And that's the thing with this. I'm determined to get us in the holds and stuff, so. Now what's next is going to be, again on here, on New Sky. How strange. Why is it not wanting to play ball? My Stream Deck all of a sudden has gone a bit wonky. Right, so on here we now need to go, that's all tick tick, happy days. Next. Prepare your aircraft for departure as you did during your original flight. Insert the same flight plan and flight parameters. When ready, take off as usual, retract flight, flaps and reach level flight, then hit restore state to restore your last location, then resume navigation with a direct to. So, there's a little prompt, look, speed. I'm going to go manual, and I'm just going to set on manual speed selector 270 knots. So all of this we're about to do breaks immersion a little bit. And then altitude select 35. I'm going to set flaps 2, that's set, that's set, that's set. Takeoff. Heading 202, really important. We're going to preset that as well because we might want to actually make use of our heading mode. I have to set minimums again, aren't I? I've got 300 or something. Why the bloody hell is... Why is the GPU still connected? That's... Oh well. What was we doing? It was 202. Map. Weather. TCAS. That's all good. Our takeoff trim is probably going to be like what it was earlier, so we're going to go for like 1.4. Again, this is not going to be mega realistic what you're about to see, but this is designed to just get us back to where we were a second ago at 37,000 feet as quickly as possible over the Bay of Biscay. So I'm going to arm heading mode and auto thrust. I'm not going to bother with taxi or landing lights because we're going to snap to cruise quite quickly, aren't we? So with that, I'm probably going to pop strobe lights on now. So if you ever have a crash to desktop or anything like that inside our virtual airline client and you're flying for Osprey Airways, this is how you fix it. I love how my Stream Deck is totally like broke on me all of a sudden, and I have no idea why. It's like the most unstable thing ever, Stream Deck. Zoom zoom. It's going to be E for Elgato, isn't it? Where's that folder structure? As administrator. No, doesn't want to work. Oh well. I have to manually use the Stream Deck now. Well, not Stream Deck, the Stream Deck's dead. Where's this runway? It's there. Cool. Right, you ready for this? I've got to turn the APU off. What have we got? That's all set, that's all set, that's all set. Lights for cruise. Hydraulics pressure system. All ready to go. Flaps 2. Roll in your trim 0. Transponders on, yeah, TARA. Right. Here we go. And it's just about raining here. Toga takeoff into the rain. Well, hey, to be fair, this is the only time I've ever had a WASM crash in this. So I'm not that bothered about it.
No
as long as it doesn't keep happening.
Left.
Okay, ATCCS is not green. Green. Speed's alive.
80 knots. V1. Rotate.
Wow! Into the crosswind.
Positive wing.
You're up. Heading mode is what I want. You guys ready for this? So, in a moment, I'm going to press restore state. That is going to snap me straight back to where we were a moment ago. It's a bit tricky on VATSIM because what you need to do is almost kind of assess whether or not you're going to impact other people. I'm just going to go level a second. There we go. Start to work to bring the flaps up so we're clean configured, so when we do go back to 37,000 feet we don't have flaps extended or anything like that. I'm kind of worried this is going to WASM crash again, but we'll find out. Just letting that speed go up a bit more. This is exciting, as much as it is anxiety inducing. Right, here we go. Restore state in 3, 2, 1. Bam. Okay, so it's now giving us a few seconds before we start to get back to where we were. So we're going to go Lorku Lottie, autopilot engaged, nav, speed T, autopilot auto thrust green, alt star is magenta, so it's trying to get back to 35,000. Standard pressure, standard pressure. Done. Back on VATSIM. Do need to sort out the altitude though, but it will do that in a Wemo. Auto thrust system's got it, that's good. Oh, it's gone very very aggressive here. Very aggressive, it actually triggered an overspeed. G-force range log is triggered there as well, hopefully that's within the 30 seconds. But there we go, we're back on track. So, what was it? Minimums was 300, no it wasn't, 300 and something? Come on aeroplane, sort your life out. This is the VNAV now, go really messy. Just gonna go to flight level change for a second. See if it triggers it in that mode instead. I'm getting lots of G-force logs being triggered on my new Sky client. That's never promising. Let's see if flight level change is going to help keep us with a bit of a smoother profile back to 35. I mean, remember we've just snapped back here, so the aeroplane's trying to work out where we are, what we're doing, what modes it's in. It's playing catch up with the nav display and the flight plan and all this other stuff automatically. So for the first few minutes when you restore a flight, it could be a bit rough in any aeroplane to be fair. Right, RMP35 was 530 for the minimums. Right, come on. Level off, don't fail me now. Stop increasing your vertical speed. Still increasing the vertical speed. Stop increasing your vertical speed. It's so violent when it tries to capture, it's so violent. Come on, auto throttles, let's go. Just going to give this a little wiggle. Okie dokie, here we go. It's settling down. Happy days. And we're back in. It's almost as if nothing happened. We're just delayed by an extra 30 minutes. And then on New Sky, it's carried on with the log. Albeit probably with G-force problems and things for us, but hey ho. But yeah, not everything works that way. Or that well. Osprey 165. Oh, we found ourselves in a nice little pocket. That's rather lucky. And we're behind Jay in his 737-800. Oh, we were very lucky. The New Sky feature is a lifesaver. When you do have a problem, whether it be a WASM crash or a crash to desktop or whatever it might be that scuppers your flight, causes you a problem, it does really kind of save you a little bit. And you know, it could have wasn't crashed then. We've just asked it to think it's at Gatwick, but it's sitting there thinking, no, I'm in Nantes in France, that can't be right. We've thrown a whole load of stuff in mega quick, we've abused it in the takeoff, and then we've warped about 200, 300 nautical miles, and it's then sorted out the FMS and cleaned itself all up, tried to play catch up to now where we are and all the rest of it, and it hasn't broke, so that's pretty good. AK Fast, it depends what sort of flying you do, but yeah, again, even though we've just had what we've had done, we were fiddling with a brand new function inside the experimental branch. That's what's caused that problem. But I still really like it. We will continue to monitor though in case we get more problems. That's the only caveat. But we're nicely settled again now, aren't we? We're in a good place for now, with everything else all just set, ready to go. And we can go FMS 1, VOR 2. Yeah. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Yeah, it's linked in the description, but if you do get it, absolutely the only one worth trying is the experimental branch of the products, because otherwise it's very fiddly and a bit rough. Ian says there, to save some more time you could just respawn on the runway. It takes away the need to taxi and use GSX. Good point, I've not thought of that. Definitely has saved a lot of people though, that new Sky restore flight function. That's now saved me 3 times, I think. But that's the next big question, 707 line. Let's see how the hold goes into Porto, because we've reconfigured for that as well. Have a good evening, 707 line. I appreciate it's late for you over in Australia. Just having a quick look at the changelog for GSX, because that got updated today. I installed that before we kicked off the stream today, and the latest version has new taxiing, like new pushback functionality and all that sort of stuff. Gate-to-gate pushback, which is very interesting. Propaganda News, welcome. Cheers from Quebec City. Is there a doctor on board? I haven't seen Doc for a while. I wasn't sure how that return to flight, restore flight function was going to go with this, actually, to be honest, but I'm pleasantly relieved and surprised. Yeah, I think for those of you who like to fly around the US a lot, like yourself there, AK Fast, saying in the chat, the American carriers seem to favour the E175, 170s more so than the E190, 195s. But in Europe it's the other way around. most operators are using the E195 and the E190. And I think the same in Africa as well. You've got the E190s buzzing around more than anything else. I mean, I typically tend to fly the E190 more than most, or the 195 that we're in today more than anything else. But yeah, it depends on what routes you want to go and fly. And again, that 10% off code for Contrail is linked down below. So if you haven't got your hands on the FSS E-Jets and you want to try the experimental branch, then you could use the Contrail code down below to get 10% off your order. All the links, everything are down below as well, including the MKStudios Porto version 2 that we're flying to today, which looks pretty good from what I've seen so far, but I've not explored it. Just looked at some photos and quickly spawned onto the runway to get a thumbnail for today's stream. Right, we've got to do landing preparation, don't we? So, Perth. I'm probably going to add, so 40, we'll go for 4600. I'll add another 100 kilos just in case, having restored the flight. Oh, we've got Porto approach on. Ah, that's going to be a problem. The holds. (330) 18. (15 degrees). Full flap. Cat 2 and 3. Return. No ice. I'm not touching temperature comp. I'm not touching it at all. Right, VREF there. Flap 5. Is it? No, Porto approach is on. LPPR approach 120910 on VPilot. It's either that or we pick a waypoint and we run a hold somewhere else, but might be a bit tricky. There's 35 arrivals into Porto apparently en route. Christ. Ah, we're sandwiched amongst so many arrivals as well. How can we force simulate a hold? What are your thoughts? I could ping him a message, couldn't I? And say, I can see I'm due in roughly at the same time as 2 other jets. Can I be sequenced into the hold for 1 orbit? So I can test holding functionality or something like that maybe. Do the hold before top of descent. We're running out of waypoints though. It'd be LTEP. Let's have a little look at the arrivals. (34 arrivals, wowzers. We could do LTEP. And it would be just out of his airspace, but then we're still going to be at flight level 350, so it's not really testing entry to the hold or anything, is it? That's the only thing, because we're kind of falsely simulating it. Unless we put in a random heading, like flying that way. Trying to work out how I'm going to force this. I wonder if they actually tested that temperature compensation thing before they released it in the update, because the second we touched it, it crashed the jet. There might be holds required. I know there's a Ryanair that's blasted out of Beauvais for Porto, and he's kind of equidistant to us as well. God, there's so many jets flying in all at the same time. Porto's going to get so busy. I reckon I'm going to ping him a message. Is it .chat, isn't it? LPPR approach. What's the hold that we're doing? Kulu. (1607Z). It's going to be roughly when we get there. Sadkin, welcome. Yeah, it is, isn't it? It was an absolute mess when it first released, and I was definitely one of the few with a YouTube kind of presence at the time, shouting about how unhappy I was about it. But it's definitely well improved now. I very much enjoy it, even after what's just happened. I think it's pretty decent. It's got a lot of really nice functionality in it now. I've pinged the controller and we're miles and miles away, so we will see what he says. If he says no, then we have to think of a way to simulate it somehow. And we might just have to do it here at cruise altitude. But then I don't think it's necessarily a good way of testing it. I don't think it'd be fair, because that's just never going to be ever done. Really, in a jet like this. We'll see what the controller says. The main thing is we're back airborne. Right, let's catch up, see where we are. Oh, fly past. WASM crash when we fiddled with temperature compensation. One of the new features in the experimental branch, actually. Right, waypoint Lottie. There we are. So we are nestled in this. So that Ryanair there is arriving at the same time as us, as is Delta 86. So the three of us are basically arriving at the same time. But there's also KLM 441 and SCA 10 Quebec Yankee flying in, all in this little group, plus Jay. We've got Ian, Oliver from Hamburg. We've got quite a few flying into Porto. It's mega busy. There's two on top of each other there, Marek and Justin, fighting for space there. And then we've got Graham and Carlito further up ahead. It's madness, isn't it? We were here before. Vanished. It might do us a favour. We might have to stack, because the amount of traffic going in is quite something. He's just taken off. We can monitor here and have a little look, but maybe people are being sequenced well enough. Mikael's on approach, and Scott as well. That's Scott 2205 is literally he's on final descent. That's amazing. Good effort. That's MPS's screenshots. Thankfully the new style restore function worked for us actually quite nicely, so we've been inconvenienced by what, 20-30 minutes, but we're back in. That click makes it sound like the controller's replied. You can expect to hold at divot. Where the hell is that? That's not even on my plan. Ah, that's a totally different arrival. That's the Malice 5 Charlie. Oh, he's just basically getting us out of the way, I think. Let me just check some of the other arrivals here. Right, so back into the flight deck. We're gonna have to change this then. Christ. Nav arrival. So it's going to now be a totally different approach. Oh, no, it's still Varakulu. It's going to be Malice 5 Charlie. Apply. It's going to totally change the arrival for us. It's got rid of the hold at Akulu, and the hold at divot is the divot waypoint is there. Need to join that up. Hold on a second. So LTEP Malice. We'll step across like that. That's a bit better. So let's put the hold back in. We're going to go nav, hold, divot. Now I've got to click manually onto Navigaph because Stream Deck's balked. So that's this now. The approach thankfully is the same as before, so that we don't need to worry about, but we need to brief it still. Divot is going to be inbound 215 degrees, but it's an inbound course of 313 with the left turn. So it's going to be 313/left, and it's going to give us a direct entry, it reckons. And I'm going to set 220 knots. Divots at or above flight level 90. Interesting. Direct entry to the hold though. Let's see what it does. I was kind of expecting teardrop again. Oh well, that's very helpful. Appreciate that. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with that then. I've told the controller that I'm going to have a different approach in the box so that there's no discrepancy with what I filed, which is the APSO 6 Charlie. So he knows what I've got in the box now instead. Malice 5 Charlie. Divot flight level 90. 343 Papa Romeo 646. Adder above 7. 636 Adder above 4000. Kulu 4000 Adder above. And then Papa Romeo 541. It's going to be final approach RP 35 at 3000. Papa Romeo 542 final approach, and then there's a gap on number 4 missed approach. Happy days. Good effort, Zato. God, there's so many jets flying in. Are you... multifunction display? Oh, I've never had that this much in this jet before. Certainly not the amount of times I've flown the last experimental branch. That never happened. What on earth? Yeah, that's never happened before. Certainly not twice. I wonder if it's the maybe it is the new bits they've implemented, holds and a few other bits. Right, options. What do you think we should do? In the chat. I've got a couple of miles before we've got a turn to consider. Do we restart, reload, crack on again? Wouldn't take us a massive amount of time. I could load up in La Coruna or something and then just dive back up quite quick. Potentially. I'm kind of tempted to see if it keeps doing it, but then this time not add the hold in to see what happens. Aidan says there have been a lot more WASM crashes on other aircraft recently too. Not sure if this is a specific FSS E-Jet problem. If it happens on approach, Jay, I wouldn't be too worried because I would just kind of try and fly it by feel, because you'd still get power input, wouldn't you, for throttles? You'd just be totally blind. So, visual and things, but I feel like the last experimental branch was absolutely fine, but if this is now 2 for 2 in the latest update, this is almost like unusable. And whilst they offer no support for the experimental version, I think they should probably offer some support. I might stick it in their Discord, in the content creator thing as well. I've already had a little pop saying temp comp seemed to kill the jet, but there's something bigger going on. Joke says, having to be on the PIM to Juice 7. Anyway, quick one in the chat, because you guys are going to have to say. Restart. No, I don't fly on betas, Aiden. Restart, load in, and warp back. Or we do something else. With a short space of time. Because if we leave it too late, we're going to end up overcommitted with a whole load of problems. Maybe this time we reload, we don't bother with the holds. Or we put the hold in and we just see what happens again. Right, let's do it. Reload. Let's see what happens. Do want to just check something real quick. Where's that WASM cleaner thing that they do? Yeah, here we go. Right, so I'm gonna do this. Right, let me share this with you. Hold on. Let's get rid of that because you guys don't need to see that crap. Do I clean the work folder now? Is Ashley in the chat? If I clean the work folder, will that get rid of no E-Jet work folders were found? You know why? It's because it's looking in the wrong place. It's looking in the community folder, not in native community 2024. And 426 nav data upload is done. Alright, where's FSS? I'm going to check something real quick. Weird. There's no E-Jets in the work airplanes folder. There. So all it's got is my address, the license key, and whatever AllFL3 is. But let me just flick that over there. I don't know if it's going to load up on what screen, but naturally I don't want to have it on the wrong one. There's nothing in there to really kind of load. It's bizarre. Oh well. Let's just fire back up. Oh, what do you think? Oh, F4 doesn't even do anything anymore. I thought today was going to be so effortless. It's properly like hung on to like 4 something gig of memory there. Always interesting. Stream Deck still being rubbish. Delete what's... hold on. Right. Just playing catch up with the live chat because I'm running out of screens. Delete everything except for what's in the work chat, in the work folder. Oh, right. So the cache, application extension, lib file, and object file. You're saying delete these. AK fast. You'll be right, mate. Oh, like I said, this has never happened except for twice today. It's bizarre. So maybe flight like normal, but no, don't bother with holds, don't bother with temp compensation. Exactly, Ian. We've been mega lucky. Okay, right, so we're going to delete these bad boys. Wait. Bam! Swing that axe. Mr. Anderson, welcome. Yeah, have you been using the experimental branch? If so, how have you found it? I've never had so many WASM crashes. And the only thing I've done is install the latest experimental branch. The last one I'd really abused. I'd really smashed it about with flights into London City, all sorts of stuff, and it worked really nicely. Yeah, Stream Deck's given up today. I'm to manually click stuff in Streamlabs. Definitely scuppered the plan of going to Brussels Charleroi, that's for sure. Christ, what aeroplane, AK Fast? And have you got, is it default Phoenix or? Yeah, you need to try the experimental branches. If you're on the stable versions of the E-Jets, then you're missing out on all of the features. The whole aircraft is totally different. Ooh. Is it going to crash to desktop? Has it crashed? Where's Task Manager? Oh no, we're back in. Oh, it's properly teasing me today. There needs to be a more definitive way of understanding what's causing each WASM crash. Because at that point we were doing absolutely nothing. We'd done all of the smashing buttons around and clicking stuff rapidly and all the rest of it, hadn't we? So it's weird that we were just merrily in the cruise and then it just went again. Could it be the holes? Then I would have thought it would have crashed inputting the hold rather than yeah, rather than like 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes later. And that's the problem, isn't it, with the simulator, is sometimes stuff will happen that makes zero sense and then you just can't diagnose it. But we've cleared the WASM folders out again. We'll see what happens. Right, now we're near to La Coruña, aren't we? So, Spain. La Coruña. I have no idea what the wind's doing. In fact, I know. I can use VATSIM radar. Runway in use 03. Beautiful. Runway in use for arrivals 21. What? Oh well. Start flight. Right, let's use New Skies restore flight function again. 2 for 2. I've got to remember not to reconnect to VATSIM until we're warped back, because otherwise we're going to have some problems. Approach just said he's disconnecting. Fair enough, he has got like 40 aeroplanes coming in. All at the same time as well. He kind of needs like the area controllers online, all above approach, to sequence people properly. Because approach can't handle that volume of traffic really. Not for one little single runway airport. What do you reckon? Should we risk connecting up to... That is a horrendous amount of traffic flying in. Into Porto. He's got people flying holds. There's vectors going on. The whole thing's a mess. With a WASM crash, can you still extend flaps and things? I'm trying to think, worst case scenario, we just hand fly the whole thing in blind, just looking out the window. Could we get away with that and still achieve something decent on New Sky? Wonder how long this is going to take to rebuild the WASM modules and reload the thing as well. Yeah, I'd imagine Tower's going to log off soon as well then, because he's just going to get overwhelmed. Ah, Christ, Madrid controls just come online. Right where we need to warp into. Ah! it's all going wrong. How long is this going to take to load? What are your bets? 10 minutes? 5 minutes? We've been about 4 or 5 minutes now waiting already, haven't we? You could sense my frustration. Akaruna looks cool. No, you don't. Get back there. Parking brakes set. Yep. Yeah, Jay, Porto's got way too many aircraft flying into it right now, I think. Mr. Anderson, thank you, buddy. It's the only way these things get tested is sometimes, these jets, eh? As frustrating as it is.
Himself donated $4.99 through Super Chat. Thanks for putting the time and effort into doing this. It is much appreciated.
You are more than welcome, matey. I was saying to Ashley before, I was kind of hoping that this was going to be a really nice arrival. Should we configure for a hold? Yes or no? Quick answer in the chat, team. While I punch the arrival in. 95 Charlie. ASPO 6. I'll go back to the default ASPO 6, what we planned for earlier. Flight plan, progress, route, perf. Aha, yes, we also need to go into here to start to configure the jets. E155, valid data. Instant, fuel 3405. Instant. So let's just check that. Shall go 490. Give us 90 kilograms to play with while we're sat here burning stuff. Jack, welcome. We've got our work cut out for us, mate. It's all going wrong. Nothing like a smooth Saturday stream. Estimated landing weight we're going to go for is about 40,500. We may as well set this up now because we're going to be knee deep in it when we do get closer. Oh god, I almost connected to VATSIM then, Christ. 33018. I don't want to be that guy. 15 degrees, flap 5, precision approach, return. Ice no, I'm not touching temp comp. Oh no. Flight plan. Right, out selects 37. $270, $220 for heading. Here we go again. And I'm just going to set up the lights as if we're in cruise like before. 220. This is the new Sky Restore flight function for us. You guys are getting 3 takeoffs for the price of 1. What a bargain! Some say bargain, some say an absolute car crash. Right, what we got? That's all good there in latch, that's all set, happy days, that's all set. We want flaps 2 for this, because I'm not convinced otherwise. 1.8, set, that's all ready. FMS 1, VOR 2, right. I think, there we go, map, weather, TCAS, radio, what we got, 3371 for the squawk, TARA, brakes off, full send, let's go. What have we got, roll, takeoff. We're going to arm toga mode. Yeah, takeoff. I actually want heading mode. Well, we're in roll, but we're going to have to engage heading mode after a few seconds. Hey, what's the worst that could happen? Shall we just let's do takeoff like this and see if we can maintain a center line. Get ready in case I can't to actually steer back on the ruddy centre line. No, not quite. Check. God, it's nearly impossible to use like external cameras. I don't know how people fly an exterior view. Look at that for a view, wow! Akaruna! There's a future destination for us. Right, nice and quick, let's go. Level. Flaps up. Landing lights are off, seatbelt signs, sterile off. So it's only strobe nav beacon. Okie dokie. Restore state in 3, 2, 1. Bam! Wow, Jesus Christ. What have I got? Oh, now flight level change. 35. I'm not sure what my La Coruna scenery is down there. It's just going to reset that for a second. What do you reckon? Do we risk putting on the old thingy-bob again? Holds, or do we not? What do you guys reckon? You want auto throttle? Let's go. Stabilise, mate. Okay, right, logging is active again. Problem is, I don't know where we are in relation to. We're slap bang in the middle of a load of airspace. Do we reconnect? I'm sure he won't mind, will he? If anything, we've actually found ourselves in a nice massive gap of traffic, so it's done us a favour, bizarrely. Okay, we're there, we're settled again. Should we connect into the middle of an airspace? I know no one's around, just having a quick scan. I can see one there. Where's he? TVS, he's going to Funchal. What level is he at? 31,000 feet. Okay, he's not in conflict with us, so that's always good. Eric says, so far since trying the new version I've had major issues with alt constraints and mental behaviour on ILS. It's still poor. On the previous experimental branch from the other week, I was flying it quite a lot and I was having no problems with it. Except for the gaps in the aircraft's coding, what it couldn't do yet. Beyond that, I was finding it really enjoyable. This, I'm not sure what's happening. No idea. It was that anyway, MPS. RMP 35, was it not? I feel bad reconnecting in the middle of somebody's airspace. Oh crap, no, we're gonna have to anyway, because Porto radar's just come online. Let's see if we get told off. Okay, we're back in. We're on VATSIM. Ah, caramba. What have we got? Talk to me, Goose. 125755.
Pushback with 2 will also 120, run up 4,000.
Madrid Control, good afternoon, Osprey 165. We're level 350 inbound Delta.
Osprey 165, Madrid, hello, 146, Charlie arrival, expect runway 35.
Osprey 6 Charlie arrival, expect RNF 35, Osprey 165, thank you.
Confirm runway 35, you got the approach later with...
A firm 35. Please, aeroplane. Let's treat us well. Anyway, we've demonstrated how to set up holds. What I'm not going to do is put another hold in. I'm just going to leave it, see what it does.
And 81 Yankee Quebec for lower construction, Santiago approach on 120.2.
Love to know why I've now got like a whole load of blue on there as well.
Link 1 Delta Papa, viento 290 grados 4 en 1, pista 29 autorizado a aterrizar.
Autorizado a aterrizar 29,
Let's see what happens. We would have landed about 20 minutes ago. Direct Osprey 165.
Santiago 3 for Quebec, no further ATC advisory 128.
It probably doesn't help that this is a what is it doing? It's a default autopilot system. It probably really doesn't help. Because what it's done there is it's just done a direct to lot. It's drawn a line from Lottie to Aspor and just deleted the last waypoint we flew from a second ago. It's a direct to, so it's not actually doing a direct to there. So that's a bit naff. Don't know what's gone on there. It's got it in the box though. Water brake low. We got a nice long runway, 3,480 meters. Wow. Porto hasn't come online anymore, but we've got Director back online. I think, have we? No, we've got delivery, ground, and tower. And currently 21 arrivals. Thank you for your super chat, Mr. Anderson. Appreciate the support, mate. We persevere and we crack on.
Taxi to Hollywood 30 via Alpha.
I'm tempted just to keep going and keep going and keep going until we actually arrive. And then we could just count how many WASM crashes we have.
Irving 7268, no further ATC advisory 128.
Advisory 1228, Irving 7268, thank you, good day.
Ryanair 2947, confirm direct on.
Direct to Ryanair 2947.
MPS, yeah, I have tried RMPs with the E-Jets. I did a tutorial on one, in fact, I think. Yeah, into Santos Dumont. That's an RMP approach. It's easy if it works. We might be flying an approach with some orange screens. Christ. Bloody standard pressure wasn't set. I'm going to get hit so hard on New Sky for that as a penalty. It's a shame because it's basically a wasted flight on New Sky with all of these little things.
On Foxtrot, are you ready for departure runway 6 here? Channel 45 Charlie with 310 degrees, 10 knots, runway 30 clear for takeoff. Keep takeoff runway 30, runway.
Good morning, EG 4102 from level 370, passing Loki.
Easy 4102, Madrid, Salo identified, clear task for 6 Charlie arrival, expect runway 35.
$129.10.
Easy 4102, flight level 370, passing Loki.
Easy 4102, third time I'm calling you, ask for 6 Charlie arrival, expect the runway 35. London 4452, suba a nivel de vuelo 350.
350-4452.
Película del Tapapar, retroceso por pista 1-1 aprobado y pueden rodar vía alfa, estacionamiento de
Good morning,
Oh my god.
Easy 4102, fourth time I'm calling you.
Maybe he's got a technical problem with his V-Pilot, so why not just put it in text? Like, as a controller, if you think someone's got a problem with their speaker and they can't hear you, which it sounds like this guy can't hear him, you know, replying to his request for communication, then just put it in text. He might just simply have a technical problem. Like in V-Pilot, if you don't set up the speaker right, you might have it feed into a different output, and you know, if that's not your headset or your speaker for your computer, it might not actually give you any sound. So. I feel tired now. These WASM crashes have actually drained my batteries, which is weird. I've never felt like that. Is that the guy again? 5th time!
Runway 32 left.
Runway 32 left, sorry, right at 2.
Easy 4102, Madrid, radio check.
Okay, we're nearly kind of roughly back on a track of some sort.
Control 3054, Madrid Control, hello, walk 5324. Walk 5324.
Go on, easy. 4520. Well, of 370.
Madrid, good morning.
Yeah.
4102, Madrid, hello, radio check.
Good morning. 4102, flight level 370.
Hey.
Easy 4102, do you copy me or not? Translate 612, advisory 123.
1228, basic 228.
Easy 4102.
Madrid, good morning. Easy 4102. Flight level 370.
I mean, for the pilot keeps asking. You'd think he'd be like, oh, it's a bit weird that he's not replying. What's going on with this auto thrust system? 235 knots, bugger off. Whack it up, Mach 80. Let's go.
Inter 997 Foxtrot Uniform Madrid, hello, identified 360, massive 1, Quebec arrival, expect runway 2,
I want to descend now.
After Superback and that's 29 at London. 97.
Osprey 165, request descent.
Osprey 165, descent flight level 250.
Descend 250, Osprey 165. Down. VNAV's very wonky, look, the way it's the autopilot, that's clearly, that's a lot worse than the previous version. Look at this, weird, bob, bob, bob. It's got at 1800, see how it stabilises. Look at that, that's they've messed this experimental update up, haven't they? The last one was beautifully fine. Missed some of the features, it didn't have holes or anything like that, but it certainly didn't behave like this. Look at this, what is going on? Let's do 2600 feet per minute. Like it's been on the sauce. I mean, those of you who watched my tutorial videos for the last version of the experimental branch prior to this update, you will have noticed that this just didn't behave like this. It was a lot smoother. It's like a nodding dog. Justin, no worries, buddy. Have a good one. Good night to you. Like super late for you in Australia. I'm going to switch this to 280 knots, I think. I know it's not even pilot induced. It's autopilot induced oscillation. Look at that. We're an hour behind schedule. We've had our challenges today, team, haven't we? My goodness.
Osprey 165, contact Porto on 120.9 and 10, goodbye.
Porto 120.910, Osprey 165. Thank you, good afternoon.
London to Juliet, hello, Lisboa, climb flight level 240.
118005.
Canada 1 Yankee Quebec, direct default, all as published over default.
Oh god, we might get a hold anyway. Oh god. I'll try and counter it. Let's we go up, we do that. And then we go down, we do that. Look, I'll just chase the horizon. I feel behind the jet now because of how problematic today's been. Oh dear.
Osprey 2472, fly heading 180.
That's Ian.
180, Osprey 2472.
Bravo Victor X-ray 165, Lisboa.
Hey, Osprey 165, hello.
Osprey 165, hello, Porto approach identified, cleared Ashmore 6 Charlie, descent flight level 13, the correction 140.
Osprey 6 Charlie, descend level 140, Osprey 165, good afternoon.
Kill left 441, contact tower 118.005, bye-bye.
I wonder what new Sky's picking up. I wonder if it's like G-Force. G-Force. No, just position updates, good. I suppose that's something, isn't it? I'm hoping he doesn't remember that I asked for
Osprey 2472, descent 5000 feet, QNH 1016.
Jack, basically, this experimental branch has some new features in it. It's got FMS temperature compensation and automated holds, so we've been trying those today. Our first WASM crash was when we started to fiddle around with the temperature compensation system, and we were going to change one of the modes within it from cold to hot and cold. The second we pressed OR, the WASM modules in the jet just completely crashed, which scuppered the first attempt. When we loaded in and carried on again for the second trip, we got fairly okay progress-wise across the Bay of Biscay. We put holds back in, didn't touch temperature compensation, then randomly out of nowhere we had a WASM crash again. I'm hoping clearing the folder properly this time for this last little bit has solved it. We'll find out.
Osprey 165, direct input, hold as published.
Direct divot hold as published, Osprey 165. Brilliant, it's not even in my flight plan. Ah!
Osprey 2472, direct Kulu, descent 4000 feet, QNH 1016.
Direct Kulu and QNH 1016.
Right, hold on.
Taxi 09 to reduce to minimum approach to speed, contact tower 118 at 4005, goodbye.
If you can see a minimum approach speed, contacting tower on normal neighbours, 005.
I'm going to get creative here.
Let's set that 902 kilo, contact Santiago approach 120.2, bye-bye. Portugal 1 Papa Mike, descent 4000 feet, QNH 1016, report when ready for the approach.
Descent to 4000 feet, QNH 1016.
Right, divot hold as published. Let's see how much this buggers it up. See, this has me nervous again now because of what happened before. Let's give it a go. Hold, divot, 313 degrees entry with a left turn. So it's very different to what it's expecting in the computation. Speed 220. Insert. There's the hold for the first time in E-Jets, visible on the display. It's trying to feed us in directly, that's interesting. I'm going to go to heading mode here until we get right on it. I'm going to get rid of that, slow on down a bit as well. There's no speed constraints. Oh, here we go. Is the jet going to work for us this time? Because I really want to test the holds, so at least I'm hoping we can do that.
Portugal 1 Papa Mike, ready for the approach runway 35.
Luke, I'll give you this. You are patient, way more patient than I am with the E-Jets. Yeah, Scott, it is, isn't it? I don't know what it's doing. Jonathan, we have done a direct to, and you can see now it's already thinking we're in the hold. So we can't change the box any other way. Something's gone wrong in this experimental branch that they've just updated, that's meaning this isn't quite right. Minimums needs to be set. 5 something, because I forgot we've reset again. Matthew, welcome. 5:30. It's so frustrating this because the last experimental branch didn't have any of these problems for me. I don't know what's changed since. I mean, even that, we didn't have that before. It drew the line from where we were. From memory. Very strange. Anyway, it needs to bloody stabilise itself. Like, what is it doing now?
Welling 570, proceed direct deep woods and all over deep woods of London.
They've made this a lot worse, haven't they? Oh, this has me nervous. Oh my god.
Ever go 1 Papa Mike.
Do you have any estimated time to be ready for the approach?
Yeah, Push 1 Papa.
Can you confirm the
Exactly, yeah, Jonathan. It's very weird.
7 minutes, max.
Hey, look how aggressive it's become. This didn't have these issues in the last experimental branch. It's such a shame. It feels like it's gone backwards now. Don't know what they've done. What a shame. I've been really, really enjoying their progress so far. This now feels like they've gone so far backwards. 12 miles. Let's not decelerate too soon, too quickly. Let's get it back up to like 250, shall we? Let's really push it, shall we? We'll go to managed speed. Oh, there you go. Look, a little bit of power. Look. That's all we've done. Just changed a bit of speed.
180 for as long as possible. Contact tower on 18005. Thanks very much for the ATC. Contest the job. See you later, mate.
Come on, Jet. You can do it.
Do you require any assistance on the ground?
Has he crashed?
What? Sorry?
Do you need any assistance on the ground or on the stand?
Yeah, we'll try it.
No.
We'll try it.
No, I want to land and go to stand. Normal. I push 1 Papa Mike.
Yeah, New Sky's not going to be happy with this flight. It might be one of those flights that I'm going to have to delete myself.
Yeah, I have one engine fire.
When engine fire is a pan, not a mayday. Confirm a pan
Okay,
or
sorry.
a mayday.
Pan.
Sorry. A one engine fire is a pan. Hello, I've got a one engine. My left engine is on fire, guys. But it's not a mayday. Depends if he's managed to extinguish the fire or not, right? If he's got everything stable.
0 kilos of FOB and fuel I have 65300 kilos of fuel.
It's not a mayday though, green light. It's just a pan.
Reduce speed 180 knots
until
This hold entry is very weird. It's just giving me like a direct hold entry, but this should be a teardrop. So this isn't right.
Osprey 165, estimated time for the approach 1536.
Roger, thank you, Osprey 165.
And Welling 570, estimated time for the approach 1538. Run.
Birdman, yeah, basically. Okay, right, I'm going to go to LNAV mode now, which is going to throw it and make it do some weird stuff, I fear, but I think it's quite important that we enter the hold in the right mode, just to see what it does. But, I mean, even this is not right. I was expecting a teardrop entry. When we first configured this, early on, before the first WASM crash, we actually got a teardrop entry with the hold over Akulu that we planned. This one is asked for direct, but yeah, it's working now to enter the hold. We have the change in the box saying holding. Etc. Should be exit hold. Something's gone a bit wonky with that. Experimental branch though, I guess. So, but yeah, something's not quite right with that. But oh god, please don't show me up on VATSIM plane. Just intercept the ruddy magenta line and go left. It's doing it. It's trying. Yeah, so the teardrop entry initially looked pretty decent. Or it seemed pretty decent. I might bring the speed down a bit, see if it's... Well, 5 degrees nose up. I'm not happy with that. Look at the speed tape now as well. It's entered it in a very stupid way though, MPS. So we're just going to have to let it stabilise on this outbound leg of the hold, hopefully, and then we can assess the accuracy of it flying the hold from there. But that entry was an absolute... I don't want to swear on stream, but it was a bit of a poop show.
Osprey 165, descend flight level 70.
Descend level 70, Osprey 165. Down we go. Like a nodding dog. I'll do 1,000 feet per minute just to let it sit itself, be stable.
Canada 6, contact the tower 118 and 005. Bye.
Come on, Jet. You're half a mile out of the ruddy track. Let's get aggressive on it. Let's fix this. Okay, right. Let's do 220. We'll target that. It wants divot hold at 220. And it's on the line. Let's do it. Come on, turn us nicely.
Osprey 165, cancel roll, turn right, heading 250.
Cancel hold, right 250, Osprey 165. Ah. You know what? I think it was gonna start flying that quite nicely, wasn't it? I think it's safe to say. But that whole entry was an absolute mess. Now I've got to remember how to fly an RNAV approach. Ay ay ay. We've got to be in magenta mode, and we're going to be arming approach mode. 220. Let's go sterile as well. 4,01016 Osprey 165. Got 1,800 feet per minute. Just going to put the terrain map on. The problem is with the autopilot, it's still default autopilot. Matthew, that's the problem. How have you been? I hope you're well.
Osprey 165, proceed direct to Akulu, clear the approach runway 35.
Direct to Kulu, cleared approach RP 35 Osprey 165. So, activate. Yeah, I mean even that. Look at that direct 2. What's gone on? That's that shouldn't behave like that. 12 miles to get down to 4,000 feet. Yeah. I don't want FMS speed 250. Hell no. Let's go to 210. Let's get a little bit of speed breakout. 10,000 lights. Overhead panel looks good. 1016 was the QNH. We'll go through that in a second. Yeah, basically, I think they've. This is a real shame, isn't it? Because they've made the experimental branch worse. I never thought I'd say that, because it's been a product that I've genuinely really enjoyed up to now. This has become quite a headache, quite a handful. Yeah, I've got speed brake.
Rolling 570, cancel hold, fly heading 180.
It has me nervous flying an RMP approach because I don't feel like that's going to be particularly precise enough, this autopilot. But either way, we are about to find out. So that's set. Charts are ready to go. Tower frequency is 118.105. There's the missed approach though, it's on the next page. So at least that's a new feature that's in there. Not that I want to risk trying that today. 118.105. Let's get rid of the music. Hey, there's the missed approach procedure. It's nice to see that's on there. I'm going to set 180 and I'm going to set like manual speed mode, I think. It has now stabilised the porpoising though. Just going to nudge it 5 degrees to see what it does. One 1016. 1016.
Rolling 570.
Porpoising is back. Very weird.
Releasing switch return.
So basically I'm going to keep it on heading mode until we get to that magenta line, because it's not worth the risk otherwise. Just start to just to tickle it in.
Right heading 270,
But we're going to have to start turning early because we've got a 20 knot crosswind right to left. We're going to basically have a bit of drift on. Is it going to level me off? Speed check, flap 2.
Roll notification, direct echo zone, feeling 570. 570, addition 4060, 191.016, clear the approach, runway 35. Down to 4000, clear for our load. Sorry, Arnold.
Jesus, what the hell? No, you don't. Get back to 4,000 right now. Right, vertical speed, we're going to go down to 3. It's cleared us for the approach.
Osprey 165, maintain 180 knots along the proximal contact tower 118.005. Bye.
Wilco, tower 118.105. Thanks for the ATC, great job, Osprey 165. Good eye. 121045. Zero 118040. 121040. Come on, plane. Nav. VNav approach. RNav. Let's see. Bear in mind I've done this now in the jet a few times. I really want to see how this achieves it. Procedure turn left, retmo holding, climb flight level 60. Porto Tower, good afternoon. Osprey 165's on the RMP, runway 35 to land. Right, 005. It said 105 earlier. Okay, LNAV and glide path magenta. Auto tower, good afternoon, Osprey 165's the RP runway 35 to land.
Osprey 165, hello, has it been approach speed for the upper?
Reduce final approach speed and continue Osprey 165.
Ryanair 18 Yankee Quebec, locate via Foxtrot, contact with ground on 11.040, bye bye. Take it via Foxtrot, ground on 21040,
Gear down, auto brake low, lights, signs, sterile flight deck. Speed checked, flaps 4, or flaps 3, sorry, there we go, so that's going to be the middle one. Now where is flap 5 going to sit? Let's find out. Oh, it's right in the middle between 3 and... Okay, that's a bit of a balancing act for the wind control throttle. But it's doing alright right now though. Look, it's flying the RNAV like it did in the previous version, which is really nice. This is the E-Jet that I've been enjoying. This is the E-Jet that I've been enjoying. This is much, yeah.
165, wind 33018 knots, country 5, first one.
Runway 35 cleared land, Osprey 165.
Blue Max on Whiskey Mike, approach on 120.910, bye bye.
10910.
Yeah, see, this is the thing, right? This is what's nice about the jet when it works. This is the enjoyable thing. It's a beautiful bit of kit. Look at that. This is the capabilities why I've enjoyed it, why I've been recommending it recently. What we've just experienced is very new in the latest experimental VATS, but it's a shame we couldn't test the holds more. I might do it a little bit more, but we're good. And it's much more stable now, look. Just resync that heading bug a moment. Gears down, 3 green. And we are cleared to land.
1,000.
We're an hour behind schedule, team. I have control. But we have done it. Yeah, it's a little bit Jekyll and Hyde. The previous version wasn't though. That's the weirdness. But the previous version lacked holds, missed approach procedure, the key stuff that you want. Really a little bit bumpy there. Now I've intentionally come away from the RNAV and the VNAV kind of glide path guidance because I just want to see exactly where it's at against the Pappies. This is MKStudios Porto version 2 team. Got an 8 knot crosswind right to left, sorry left to right. Very variable winds. Continue.
Minimums 300. 200.
Looking ahead. Whoa.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Hold in the pitch. Jeeps. Reverses. Green. Nose wheels down.
Auto brake.
Manual brakes. 80 knots.
Osprey 165, pocket right on Foxtrot, ground 121.040, bye-bye.
Reverse idle. Reverse. Okay, we'll leave at Foxtrot 1 and we'll contact ground 121 as 10 Osprey 165.
Clear report, yeah.
What's that? Yeah, 121040, thank you.
Delta 2645, wind 330 degrees 1 knot, gusting 29 runway 35, lifting. Air 29 Echo Foxtrot behind the landing traffic, line up and wait runway 35 behind.
What a stressful 2 hours that was. 121040. Oh look, FMS2 didn't switch across. No wonder I got confused with the frequency. I thought I'd pre-tuned it. And now it's resynced. That's weird. There's something not right there. It's like it's lost its synchronization. Right, flaps up. Auto ground, good evening, Osprey 165's vacated right Foxtrot on Echo.
Osprey 165, Porto ground, hello, proceed taxi to stand Sierra 53 via Echo Sierra.
Stand Sierra 53 by Echo and Sierra Osprey 165. Yeah. Ian, yeah. What single digit number do you think is going to I reckon 6. Well, yeah, we're on the ground now at least.
Are you able to perform a push and wait on the holding point, or you need some time out of the cockpit and you'll report me when ready again? No, I'm ready again. Okay, so ground 462. You're clear to push and start station.
Where are Sierra? Where's Sierra 53? Let's find out. Okay, got it. It's 5 GSX. Prep to stand.
Front 6176, sorry. About to push?
Wait?
At front 6176, push and start is approved facing south. Perform the push Vincent Sierra 37.
Can't see it. Chuffing taxiway. Gate Sierra 52, 51, 53. Select.
Actually, at first 6176, I misunderstood that you had a trap inside of you. Hold position, I give a clearance as soon as possible. Hold position.
Right. We're getting there. Absolutely, Birdman.
Osprey 165 foot.
Go ahead.
Please check park mode out.
Okay.
Portugal 6, correction 462, are able to Bravo intersection, correction Charlie intersection depart?
This. This is pretty cool. Look at that, all the custom buildings there, that's nice, because you're taxiing in past this, you don't want to see default buildings. Keep to the left. Yeah, it's kind of, I've got to go past you, don't know, whoever that Osprey is there, and the taps. Sierra 5.
570 ground, hello, proceed taxi to stand Sierra 54. To stand Sierra 41 via Sierra.
That's Sierra 41.
It is an experimental branch, like we said, so yeah, we should expect things to break, but it's a shame because the previous version.
165, a traffic hatch is connected on Sierra 43, you can proceed to stand Sierra 54.
Sierra 5-4, thank you, Osprey 165. Sorting out the GSX map. I think it's that. There it is. Sierra 5-4. Happy days. This airport looks great. Really nice approach to the coast. Yeah, it's an experimental branch, but you kind of hope that it doesn't go backwards. And if this feels like it's become, they've added features, which is fantastic, but it's now feeling like it's mega unstable. It's the first time in MSFS 2024 I've ever had 2 WASM crashes. So that was a bit of a shock. In a product that I really do like, and I have been recommending. I probably still would recommend it, in fairness. Just make sure you clear your WASM folders out when you upgrade. So uninstall the aircraft before updating, clear your WASM folder, then update. It might have just been that it needed to do, have done. We will probably fly this again next week just to be doubly sure to see what happens, see what result we get. I'm not sure. Feel like we should. Jay, no worries, buddy. Hope you enjoyed the route. Thanks for flying along. I'd love to have watched all of your landings, but it is what it is.
Enter on the standard aircraft for one that you have sent behind you, and after the traffic are clear to push and start to facing south. It's an Alpha A321 of Welling, entering now on taxiway chair. You can see the traffic.
You can see the traffic.
Look at that line, I think it's like an absolute plum.
So after the Welling entering on apron now, pass behind you from left to right, you're clear to push and start facing south.
So Roger, behind the traffic going, push and start facing south.
I'm enjoying these little vehicles driving around already. Well, it says too far, but it stopped at 0.3. What the? Ah, bugger them. We're leaving it here. That's APU's 100%, and what we got? Yeah, Gen's pushed in. Happy days. Okay, power plants, stop. Oh, I forgot something. Trim 4 up and centered. There we go, that's better. Off and off and off. That's electric pump 3A pumps off. Seatbelt signs off. That's bonded to standby. Chocks. Cones. Exactly, green light. We persevered. Should we see what we got on New Sky? I reckon we've got absolutely destroyed. And then we'll go and explore this new scenery. Here we go.
1727. Go ahead,
10. My goodness, it's been generous. We persevered, we've worked hard. Little profit there, 7,000. Got a good touchdown, challenging conditions. How lucky is that? I would not have guessed a 10. Yes. Let's get the doors open.
Malta 350, hold position.
Actually, let's go to drone camera. Look how busy Porto is, my god. That's insane. There's Ian. The whole airfield is full. Right, they're going to deboard via stairs and coaches, I think. Let's go and have a look at this. I can't believe we were that lucky. The RNAV looked pretty good. It was nice and smooth. Didn't completely align with the Pappies, but... Look how accurate that is. It's literally a Renault Zoe. Like one of the worst cars ever created, but... greenwashing at its finest. There we go, look at that. Here we go. Posh marbling. Let's wander on up. The escalators. Welcome to Porto. These glass textures are superb, look at that. Oh look, we've got people coming out the they're walking, aren't they? Custom GSX profile for this. Let's go and have a look at the tower while we're this side of the airfield. Look at that backdrop, there's so much detail.
And you follow the High 3, the K9 in front of you, the 77 and all that. Roger, taxi to predict runway.
That's cool.
Charlie, and follow the traffic.
It's so busy. Let's buzz on through. This airport scenery is linked in the description below if you want to get your hands on it as well, so go have a little look there if you do want to buy it. Yeah, I thought we were going to need 87 ambulifts, Ian. One thing is for certain, they're never flying again. I think one of them said, we thought we were never going to make it. Hey Birmingham, good to see them on the list. Happy days. Portugal duty free. Oh wow, look at that detail through there. I'm looking forward to seeing what's in departures landside. Look at that, that's a little teaser of what's to come. Let's have a little look through this bit, shall we? Whoa, hey, look at that. The TAM kind of ruins it a bit, but hey ho. This is amazing. The sun coming through the glass is perfect as well. It looks so natural, doesn't it? The way it beams through in shadows. Which shows that they've done a lot of work with the actual glass textures. Ah, legendary. Look at that. Street Fighter 2. That was great in the arcades. What do we got? Let's see. So they would have come from up here, wouldn't they? One assumes. Maybe not. Oh yeah. Here we go. Look at this. Yam Gems, you know what? Before today, yes, with the experimental branch. After today, my confidence in it's a little knocked, if I'm honest. I've gone from really loving it to just having a tumultuous 2 hours. Which is a shame, because we started off really well. But it feels like the package has gone backwards and the experimental branch is a bit broken at the moment. Amazing structure here. Yeah, it's knocked my confidence in it. It's to mine. Oh, look at that train station. That suggests there's no animated train, which is a shame, because that I feel like they've missed out there. That'd be great. Very complicated building structure for them to model, though. Look at that. Quite something. Yeah, no biggie. I feel what I mean, really, I suppose, is they've put so much detail into the train station. Even if they just put a static train there, it would just feel like it's a bit more finished there. Or is it? It might be a tram actually. I'm not sure. Looking at the way the lines are configured, because they don't look like typical rail structure, do they? Shall we have a look at night time? This is a beautiful scenery. I mean, not now. We'll have a quick look at this bit first as well, because there's so much life around the airfield. And actually the blend of custom buildings here, the Avis rent-a-car section and all that, to default and generic and kind of photogrammetry type buildings, isn't that blatant. You see some sceneries, there's like a really clear divide, isn't there, where you go from beautifully handcrafted and then all of a sudden there's a big office block plonked there that looks a bit naff, but they've not done that with this. They've actually blended it really nicely, which is quite good. I mean, look at that. The fact this is coasted as well, what a beautiful approach we had, right? Look at this. Let's see if I can do a real slow pan with my wing control hardware. Oh, Air France is in the air. That's the cargo apron on the far side there that you can see for you freight dogs watching. Three waiting to depart, wow. Hey, you know what we found? Global shipping AI. Look at that. That's worth every penny. I love that add-on. That's cool as well. Look at this big old cargo facility. All on approach, so you get to see that stuff, which is quite nice. It's important to get that immersion. Right, let's wind the time forwards, right? There's that amazing backdrop. Oh, look at that! Ian, have a good night, mate. Appreciate it's super late for you in Australia. Thanks for flying along. Hope you've enjoyed it. Absolutely, don't forget to hit that like button, folks, if you've enjoyed today's live stream, even with the technical challenges of the WASM crashes. These night textures are properly amazing. Look at that. Let's just move here. I'm going to take a screenshot. Like that. That's amazing. If there's any specific sections of the airport you want to have a look at, folks, shout in the chat. It's an interesting. I think if FSS, let's go into arrivals. That's stunning. Look at that. If FSS, I think, upgrade and fix the things that they've just broken in the experimental branch. Ah, there's a big blocked area. Oh well. Then I can probably wholly get behind it again. But it has given me a little bit of frustration today. I've never experienced that. It might be simple in the sense that perhaps it's because I updated and I didn't clear my WASM folder properly. And then it had a fight with itself and broke. It might just be something really simple like that. So I'll probably have to fly it again to test it just to see what happens. Maybe run it through a similar scenario as well. Start fiddling around with temperature compensation and all that sort of stuff. We could have a go actually before we tech to go. Where's the coffee shop? Zoom. It's going to be that one, isn't it? Delhi and Chia.
Ground, hello again, Lufthansa 05 Echo, stand 042 for
such detail.
Lufthansa 05 Echo, Porto ground, hello, stand by, caller.
If they sort the porpoising out, the nodding dog effect that we seem to experience with LNAV, then I can go fully behind. I can get back behind the jet and say I can really recommend it. This is cool as anything. This scenery is fantastic again as always. MKStudios have been making some really brilliant stuff. Look at the reflections on this marbled floor, the polished marble or tile floor with the lights above. Quite impressive. Shows they've not just built the assets, but they've actually thought about how the light interacts through the building, through the structure, how the light interacts with the glass. Look at the kind of stuff for the background there as well. It's quite cool. Oh, have they? No way. That's another level. They've put the chimneys in. Imagine flying in with nighttime and being that guy, seeing all the airfield illuminated as it is here, which is quite superb, and then you've got these like little gas chimneys burning off in the distance as well. That's incredible. What a way to add realism to a scenery. Didn't expect to see that. Yeah, superb job as always. All we need now is FSS to kind of get the experimental branch back to how it was last week. Hopefully easier said than done. If you're watching, please, because I was really enjoying it. Something's gone a bit wrong. Something doesn't feel right in this latest update. But as always, all the links are in the description down below if you want to get your hands on the E-Jets, or the MKStudios scenery that we're in today, or indeed the freeware London Gatwick Airport as well. But yeah, this MKStudios Porto version 2, absolutely superb again. Another top tier airport scenery. Hope you've enjoyed the live stream today. Those of you who flew along, thank you very much for taking part as well. Sorry I couldn't watch your landings. And I hope you've appreciated the patience of trying to get this thing flown over and over and over again with the problems we've had as well. But we've got there in the end. Gatwick to Porto. Instead of 2 hours, it's taken 4 hours 16 minutes. Oh my goodness. Mr. Anderson, massive thank you for your super chat earlier. Appreciate the support, and all of you Gold, Silver and Bronze frequent flyers, and all of you guys subscribing around the world wherever you are. Again, I hope you've enjoyed it. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, whatever you are doing. And in the meantime, as always, I will hopefully get a stream set up for next week, and haven't quite worked out what it's going to be yet. It's potentially going to be this again, because I'm determined to see if it was maybe just a bad install update or not. Who knows? But yeah, hope you've enjoyed it today, and I will see you next time. If you're any of our air traffic controllers as well, massive thank you for today. Thanks for watching. Hit like before you head off, subscribe if you've not done so already, and I'll see you next time. Take care.
Delta, runway 35 via Sierra and Delta.
To holding point 35 via Sierra Delta, November 27.5.